Welcome to picturesque Sylhet. It is baking hot, the sun is out, and we are ready for a sizzling affair between two teams that are looking to build their one-day teams. Bangladesh A take on New Zealand A in a few minutes at the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium. This is the first of 3 one-day matches. Both captains and both teams have been getting ready for this match and this series. And yes, the players, they arrived early in the morning along with the coaching staff. Plenty of serious faces in the Bangladesh camp, the likes of Shorturl, Nurul Hassan, who is leading the team, vying for a spot in the national team. And there you see the New Zealand players. They're out and about, trying to get used to these conditions here in Sylhet. They will want to get off to a good start here in this wonderful venue. Well, Mazharuddin Ami is ready for the pitch report.
Hello and very good morning from this beautiful Sylhet International Cricket Stadium. It's the first of the 3-match one-day series between New Zealand A and Bangladesh A. I'm in the middle of the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium. As you all know, known for a very good surface, Sylhet promises to give another cracker of a contest here. Having a closer look at the surface, it's pretty dry. You don't see so much grass on it. However, there are a few grasses, but I still believe it's very good surface for batting. It's pretty hot and humid, so it's going to be a challenge for the players coming from New Zealand. But for the Bangladeshi players, they would want to win the toss, elected to bat, put some runs on the board, and hope for the spinners to come into play later in the innings. There are 70 yards all across the ground, so it's going to be an interesting game, and we are hoping for a cracker of a contest.
Yeah, you can see just how much he's sweating out there in the middle, and the players will have to sweat it out. But looks a very, very good surface, as he mentioned. The teams, they were busy sweating it out as well. Early in the morning, the likes of Ibadat Hossain. Plenty of known faces. Khaled Ahmed, another one from Sylhet. Naeem was part of the test team, now in this A team. And as for New Zealand, it's all about getting used to these conditions. Not easy when the heat is soaring. And yeah, those that are playing in these games, they will look to make their way into the national teams. But before we talk about that, it is time for the toss.
It's the first of the 3-match one-day series between Bangladesh A and New Zealand A. I've got the two captains, Qazi Nurul Hassan Chauhan, Nick Kelly, alongside the match referee, Niyamur Rashid Rahul. Chauhan, you're going to spin the coin, please. Heads is the call.
It's call and it's hit.
It's a head. Nick, what have you decided and why?
We decided to have a bat. It looks a pretty good surface, and hopefully it'll take a little bit of turn later on.
Adapting to the conditions will be key for you guys?
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, first time playing in Bangladesh for a lot of us, so we've had a good couple of days training. But yeah, like you said, we'll be looking to adapt quickly here and hopefully put a nice total on the board.
How's the combination look like? How many seamers and spinners?
So we've gone 2 frontline seamers with two medium paces all-rounders, and then we've gone for the left arm off spinner and the right arm off spinner in our side today.
All the best, man. Cheers.
Yes, thank you very much.
Chauhan, happy to bowl first?
Yeah, I think the wicket looks good, but I think first 5-6 over bowler will get a little bit of moisture on it. So I think we need to put on the good bowling show.
How important it is for you guys to showcase a good show in this series?
No, I think we need to play as a team, and you know the boys are hungry to play well in here.
What's the combination look like? How many seamers and spinners in your side?
We have 3 seamers and 2 spinners.
All the best.
Thank you.
Right, so the news from the center is that New Zealand A have won the toss and they have decided to bat first.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, New Zealand's captain Nick Kelly, he's decided to win the toss and bat first. Under these conditions, they will want to put up a big score. But as the Bangladesh captain, Bangladesh A captain Nurul Hassan said that early on there will be some moisture in this and the bowlers need to capitalize, make the best use of such conditions. New Zealand opting for a really nice mix of 2 spinners, 2 medium pacers and 2 fast bowlers. Bangladesh going with a 3-2 combination of pacers and spinners. And this provides us with an opportunity to see these players who are looking to get into the national team. Phillips, one of the opening batters, getting ready. And the New Zealand camp looks quite relaxed. Well, to our viewers who are watching us live on T Sports, a very good and warm welcome here from our commentary box. I'm Shahnur Rabbani and I'm joined by Alif Tasneem. Welcome, Alif.
Thank you so much, Shahnur. And it's a bright and sunny day here at Sylhet. The picturesque Sylhet International Cricket Stadium, as you rightly mentioned. The series between Bangladesh A and New Zealand A. And this is the first ODI between these two exciting sides. The players are making their way to the middle, and we're hoping for a humdinger of a contest between these two sides. And as we already know that both these sides have some experienced campaigners who already represented their national side. So this promises to be a great encounter. And the New Zealand skipper, Nick Kelly, he already mentioned that this looks to be a batting surface and they would love to extract that advantage. But interestingly, Shahnur, both the teams are relying on their fast bowlers. New Zealanders are going with 4 seamers and Bangladesh are going with 3.
It tells you a lot about the combination and also what the conditions are usually in Sylhet. As the 2 openers, Rice Mario and Dale Phillips, they're making their way out into the middle. Sylhet generally a venue that aids the bowlers, all sorts of them, and also the batters. Usually produces very good sporting wickets. Parvez Hossain Imon, another player who's made it into the national team but still in the periphery, not really stamped his position, will be one of the players to watch out for sure.
Middle. Little bit. That's the middle.
It looks like 𝗂𝗃𝗃, he's got the new ball in hand.
Off little bit.
We want to get Bangladesh off to a good start.
More.
Nice to see that there are 2 slips in place. 𝗂𝗃𝗃 Islam,
Signal, please.
under 19 World Cup winner, made a big splash into the national team in all 3 formats. But now there's plenty more competition as far as the fast bowlers are concerned. The likes of Nahid Rana, Taskin Ahmed still there doing his part. As we see the on-field umpire just about to signal the start of play, Tanvir Ahmed. And the other umpire with him is Ghazi Sohail, with match referee, as we saw during the toss, Niamur Rashid Rahul, and reserve umpire Murshid Ali Khan.
Ready, Ghazi? Best 11 inside.
So with the clock striking 9 a.m., it's time for the match to begin. A good start by 𝗂𝗃𝗃 on the money.
Right, he's the right customer to kick things off for Bangladesh. He knows how to utilize the new ball, can move the ball in both ways, and he needs to start well. And as we have seen a couple of slips in position, that's been kept because of the swing of 𝗂𝗃𝗃. As long as the ball is new, he will move the new ball, and he is expecting some outside edges as well.
Beauty. That's what the captain wanted, and that's what he got. Lets his bowler know as well. 𝗫𝗏𝗃 beaten all ends up. Lucky to still be there in the middle.
Great start from 𝗁𝗃. Just have a look. Back of a length and just beats the outside edge. Good carry from Chauhan as well. Good start, and the message is very much clear that Bangladesh is trying to have a commanding start.
Again, it's that middle and off stump channel that 𝗁𝗃 is looking to bowl. Trying to induce the outside edges, getting the batter to move on to the front foot. Against length bowling, there's always the danger that it can hit the splice of the bat and go into the slips. And yes, the Bangladesh dugout looking quite relaxed, trying to keep themselves cool in the shade. It was quite cool last night in Sylhet, but temperatures rise very quickly in the morning. Outside edge, but unfortunate for the bowler. Goes between the first slip and keeper for the first boundary.
Very, very unlucky is Mr. Shoriful Islam. It took the outside edge and just went through the gap between the first slip and the keeper. And Rice can deem himself very, very fortunate. Just have a look. He was playing away from his body. And once again, he survived. So that's the first run from the bat. And Muriu gets off the mark.
Yeah, perhaps the first slip, which is quite wide, could be closer, and he does move closer. Again, the outside edge is beaten. There's an interesting field position. In front of the batter, there is a silly cover almost. So seeing the line 𝗁𝗃 is bowling, Captain Chauhan, he's decided to put that fielder so that if the batter wants to drive, he has to think twice. If it's just back of a length, it might pop up straight to him. Very interesting and aggressive captaincy early on by the Bangladeshi captain. And rightfully the batter decides against playing a shot. That's the end of the first over. It's a 4 without loss for New Zealand A.
A little bit forward. Too much. That's it.
Second over about to begin, and we see Khalid Ahmed with the ball in hand. Hails from these parts. Almost the leader of the pace bowling attack for the Sylhet divisional team. Plenty of experience. He's got a great head on his shoulders as well. Bangladesh have made a decent start with the ball, although they haven't taken any wickets.
The local lad, he is from Sylhet, and he would love to have a bright performance in his home soil. A very good start, nonetheless, right on the money. And still a slip in position for Khalid as well. Mohammad Naeem Sheikh is the fielder.
Much better lines and lengths there. Bowlers bowling according to their fields. Yeah, there's a slip in place, and then there's a Whitish third slip, almost a gully in position. So they're looking to deal with the outside edges in many ways as far as Captain Nurul Hassan is concerned.
Exactly. And there is a deep third man as well. We'll come back to that discussion. So the ploy has been made already. The Bangladeshi fast bowlers, they're targeting that outside the off-stump corridor. And there is a deep third man as I was just mentioning. So if the ball takes an outside edge, that's the area where the ball could go. But Khalid has been impressive from the get-go. He's been persistent and no runs this far from his over.
Yeah, and the 4 runs that came off the last over was from an outside edge, mind you. Outside edge, is it? No, there was plenty of movement and deviation, and you almost saw the captain Nurul Hassan celebrating a bit. Umpire Ghazi Sohail saying it's not out.
Khalid almost got his first wicket. Beautiful delivery, just nipping away from the right-hander, and bit of zip of the surface as well. Nurul Hassan Sohan started celebrating, but there was no outside nick. Thus far, the best delivery, I reckon, of this game.
Yeah, that shape away from the batter really troubling him. We saw in the first over where 𝗬𝗏, he was troubled with his outside edge being challenged regularly, and in this over Khalid, he's challenging the bat of Dale Phillips. Edging closer towards bowling a maiden now. Again, enticing the batter to cut it. Plays and misses. It's a maiden. After 2 overs, New Zealand A, 4 without loss. Again, Shorturl versus Rice happening in the 3rd over. Pulling a really good channel, these two fast bowlers. Left hand and right hand combination. Challenging the batters in different ways with different angles here.
As Shorturl is back, we are seeing 2 slips in position as well, but once again that slip is in almost in a gully position, not the conventional second slip.
Oh, beaten once again. Beautiful bowling. Shorturl maintaining that channel that's troubling the batters, and you see them coming into the middle of the pitch, doing some gardening, trying to deal with any demons that might be out there in the middle.
𝗬𝗏 hasn't been comfortable in the middle, has the experience of playing a couple of ODI matches for New Zealand, averaging 38.
Now flicked away. Will just be a single for him. Gets his 5th run. Tanvi doing the fielding.
Exactly, this is what I was talking about, Shahnur. That he scored a boundary, but that was a streaky one. Not from a controlled shot, but this one was the first stroke, which was controlled and comfortable as well. And he's got a 50 under his belt in the New Zealand jersey.
Phillips walking down, and there is an appeal. Probably a bit of bat involved. Shorturl really challenging the batters, challenging the stumps, bowling good channels.
Shorturl has been impressive, and he is demonstrating his quality. Has been representing Bangladesh for the last few years in the national jersey, and he has that responsibility of showing his quality. And Bangladesh recently produced a young band of fast bowlers.
Ooh, this looks closer, and the finger goes up. This time, Shorturl gets his wicket, gets his man. Phillips has to walk. He was coming down the track just a bit to deal with that swing. On this occasion, he missed it. And the umpire needed no second invitation to raise his finger and say that you are out. Tanvir Ahmed making that decision.
The first blood has been drawn. It's Shorturl Islam who strikes really quick and removes Dale Phillips from the equation. On the line, bit of movement and beats the bat to hit the pads. Easy decision for Tanvir Ahmed. The experienced campaigner raises his credit finger, and Shorturl celebrates the first wicket for Bangladesh, and certainly from the get-go, they are in the driving seat.
New Zealand A 5 for 1. So Shorturl Islam getting the early breakthrough. Bangladesh A, despite having lost the toss, making good use of these conditions here at Sylhet. Especially the two fast bowlers that have opened from both ends. Shorturl and Khalid both getting it to swing. And it's almost test match bowling, test match lines and lengths that we're seeing. Again, two slips in place, both quite wide of each other. Boyle, the new batter in. Matt Boyle, left-handed batter. So left-handed batter versus left-handed bowler. That ends a successful over by Shorturl, New Zealand, after 3 overs, 5 for 1.
Forward. A little more. Too much. Little forward. Little, very little.
I'm just going to get off here. Is that
Yeah,
off?
that's off.
Thanks.
Let them over.
Khalid Ahmed bowled a maiden in his first over. This time though, Rice, he gets the ball into the gap, finally gets a single, moves on to 6. The one batter to be dismissed is Phillips, and he was dismissed without troubling the scorers. Shorturl taking the wicket in the last over.
Matt Doyle is a number 3, a batting all-rounder, was born in Christchurch, New Zealand. Bats in the left hand, but bowls with his right hand, and a part-time leg spinner as well.
Just the one slip for Boyle. Coming over the wicket, Khalid. Beauty. Once again, lovely stuff. And Khalid giving the batter a bit of a stare.
Absolutely. Giving the New Zealand batters a real tough time is Khalid Ahmed. But talking about Matt Boyle, he's from a cricket family as well. His father, Justin Boyle, is a former Canterbury player, and his brother, Jack Boyle, and his uncle, David Boyle, also played for Central District.
Great bit of information there, Alif. Ooh, now the finger once again goes up. And that's the second wicket. Another batter out, LBW. And this time Boyle has to depart. Khalid has his wicket. New Zealand A, 2 down.
Absolutely a peach of a delivery from Khalid Ahmed. Pitching in line and then shaping back in. Almost the replay what Shorturl did during his wicket. And Matt Boyle has to depart. Just have a look how beautifully he swung the ball. And there was a big gap between the bat and pad as well. So that's wicket number 2 for Bangladesh. And they are completely dominating in this point in time in this game.
New Zealand A currently 2 wickets down, 6 for 2.
Is there a center, please? No, close to you. That's center.
Abbas, the new batter in Mohammad Abbas, recently did very well against Pakistan in their limited over series, scoring runs with aplomb. Will look to continue in his good vein of form. Now you see another slip coming in. The gully moving into a more of a third slip position. Khalid bowling beautifully and with fire. Oh, Ghazi Sohail signaling he has to run back again. Lost his footing somewhere in the middle.
Mohammad Abbas, the new man in. And as my fellow commentator Shanur mentioned, he did exceedingly well against Pakistan. And interestingly, he was born in Pakistan as well. So that's his home soil. Was born in 2003 at Lahore. And his father, Azhar Abbas, a former Pakistan fast bowler, joined as the bowling coach of Karori Cricket Club, Wellington. As we see the replay, the batter just lets it go. So, due to his father in his boyhood, he had to move to New Zealand, and hence he became a player for New Zealand.
2 ducks in the scoreboard so far. Oh, another one, and this time it's another duck. Abbas has to go without troubling the scorers. Khalid getting 2 wickets in the over.
Wow, what a delivery. What a magnificent delivery from Khalid Ahmed. Back of a length and then some extra bounce and movement. Completely beats the batter. Just have a look. He had no clue whatsoever what the ball was doing. Beautiful. Absolutely wonderful from Khalid Ahmed as he gets his second wicket. And New Zealand, they are under the pump now. It's 6 for 3.
Yeah, Abbas will be disappointed with that, but an excellent delivery goes without troubling the scorers.
Please. Yeah, that's center.
New Zealand, 3 of their top order batters back in the hut without scoring. Very interesting. Only 𝗬𝗏, the opener, getting runs, and having won the toss, New Zealand A, the captain Kelly, he decided to bat first. So far it's been all about Bangladesh and the seamers. Shorturl getting 1, Khalid getting 2 wickets in this over. Bowling with plenty of fire. And Nick Kelly, the captain, he is in the middle, ready to face the fire, ready to face the heat. 2 slips in place. Lets it go. And that'll be that in a very successful over. 2 wickets for Khalid. New Zealand A, after 4 overs, 6 for 3. Captain Nurul Hassan must be very pleased with the work his fast bowlers have done. Shorturl already has a wicket continuing. Gorgeous. Beautifully played. 𝗬𝗏. Will it go all the way? Yes, it does. Deserved a boundary. The diving effort going in vain. That's the second boundary of the New Zealand A innings, and the second one of the bat of 𝗬𝗏.
The much needed one for New Zealand. They were striving for a boundary, and a beautiful cover drive from 𝗬𝗏 as well. Sweetly penetrated the offside field, and there was a long chase for Shamim as well. And I reckon he made an early dive, should have dived later. That could be better, I reckon. However, it's a boundary, and 𝗏 gets his second one.
Good comeback by the bowler.
Indeed a good comeback. And in this situations, the batters would be a little circumspect as well, since they have got a boundary in this over. It's Syed Khalid Ahmed, the star of the show. Couple of wickets in his first couple of overs. It's 6 for 3, New Zealand A, and they're under some trouble.
Beautifully bowled. 10 runs, in fact, in the score now because of the boundary. Keep in mind earlier in the over. Shorturl, despite conceding the boundary, you look at it, he changed his line and length immediately, not giving the batter extra width. Yes, 1 or 2 deliveries you can give the bait, let the batter play the drive. Sometimes that brings about an outside edge. But 𝗏𝗏 so far, he's been very watchful. Beauty once again. This is a clinic of fast bowling we're seeing from the opening bowlers for Bangladesh A.
Once again, a peach of a delivery from 𝗂𝗃𝗃, and see how much bounce it got. Just have a look. Absolutely beats him. All ends up, and the batter was also surprised seeing this much of bounce. Steep bounce from 𝗂𝗃𝗃, and both the Bangladeshi fast bowlers, they have been prolific right from the inception.
Played. Just deals with it. Protects his stumps. Love the walk back by 𝗂𝗃𝗃. Not a pretty looking scorecard as far as New Zealand A are concerned, but Bangladesh will be loving it. Mario, the only batter who's troubled the scorers, getting 10 and then plenty of zeros. And these Bangladesh pacers are bowling with a lot of confidence. Down the leg side, a good take by the keeper, but yes, umpire signaling has to bowl that again. That's the first wide and first extra of the innings.
The line wasn't bad, but that extra bit of swing took the ball down the leg, and as you rightly mentioned, Chanur, that's the first extra of the day. 𝗂𝗃𝗃 is beautifully swinging the ball, but this time around he just misses his line. The line should be 1 foot outside that leg stump corridor.
Again, enticing the batter to play at it. Plays and misses, ends with the dot ball. New Zealand A after 5 overs. They're 11 for 3. Khalid Ahmed took 2 wickets in his last over. Really knows the conditions well here. A hit the deck sort of bowler, and that's what really got him the 2nd wicket in the last over. Again, challenging the stumps. Making sure the captain Kelly has to play at it.
Nick Kelly, the skipper of New Zealand A. Interestingly, he was born in Australia, and so many players in this New Zealand A side who were not born in New Zealand. We talked about Abbas. There is also Ashok Aditya, Matt Boyle.
Beauty. Khalid really looking to go for that gap between bat and pad and hit the off stump. Doesn't get any better than this.
Indeed. And he has been very well controlled, has bowled in a very good channel as well, maintaining that fuller length and hardly giving batter any room whatsoever.
Something interesting happened in this delivery. The batter came down and looked to negotiate that swing. Did it well on this occasion. Didn't find the gap though.
A big partnership is needed for New Zealand in order to get rid of the situation. They are under the pump, and it's Shorturl along with the fast bowling coach Nazmul Hussain, the former fast bowler of Bangladesh.
Oh, again, the number of times the bat has beaten the edge of the batter probably is more than the number of dot balls and runs scored.
We have seen steep bounce from Khalid, but this time around the ball keeps a tad low, and the batter was not expecting this height as well. The skipper Kelly was beaten by the height, and Khalid once again is giving real tough time to the New Zealand batters.
Beautiful. Khalid once again showing some aggression, and that's another good over being bowled by him. Ibadat Hussain, another option for Bangladesh A. Another man who hails from these parts in the country. The fastest of the lot. Oh, how about that? The appeal. Big appeal. Ghazi Sohail unmoved. Kelly, on this occasion, he survives. Almost the entire team surrounding him. The umpire just having a word with the bowler as he finishes his over. After 6, it's 11 for 3 for New Zealand A.
Once again, beauty from Khalid, and they were literally pleading to the umpire, give it out, give it out. But Ghazi Sohail was rigid, and certainly the right decision was made by him. He's also an experienced campaigner.
Oh, beauty, enticing the batter. 𝗬𝗫 on this occasion to drive at it, but just that extra bit of movement, making sure that the ball doesn't hit the bat. Too good.
Mariu played a delectable looking cover drive against Shorturl to earn his second boundary. So he went for another one but missed it this time around. And Shorturl is coming from over the wicket, hence he's getting that natural angle to shape the ball away from the right-handers.
We'll have to bowl that again. Umpire Tanveer Ahmed signaling it's another wide. Shorturl bowled one in the last over. Slightly missing his lines and lengths in the last few overs, it seems.
This is the area where he needs to work on. Khalid has been really good, persistent on the channel, but all of a sudden Shorturl is missing his line and length, as you rightly mentioned, channel. So all these pictures are coming to you live from Sylhet International Cricket Stadium.
Played with soft hands. And I think that's been the difference between 𝗬𝗫 and the other batters, that he's finding a way to play with softer hands, dealing with early movement, It is hot and humid out there, so for a fast bowler, even bowling 3 overs on the trot, and this is Shoriful's 4th over, is not easy work.
Absolutely. The sun is popped out and it's hot and humid here with Sylhet. And he's sweating a lot. It's very much evident from his expression as well. Parvez Tanimon and 𝗂𝗂𝗽𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗃, the opening batters for Bangladesh A, the probable opening pair as well.
Batter just taking his sweet time. Kelly, the captain, making sure everything is perfect. That is a much better delivery by Shoriful. Still movement off the pitch and through the air.
During the toss, the Bangladesh skipper Nurul Hassan Chauhan mentioned that in the first 6 overs there will be some moisture in the wicket, and our fast bowlers would love to use that moisture, and they have proven their skipper right, bowled really well, and this far Bangladesh A are in such a commanding position, and still even in the 7th over the fast bowlers are doing so good.
Just making that short prod ahead to deal with the movement is Kelly. And we've seen quite a few occasions where the New Zealand A batters are trying that to make sure that they deal with the swing. I wonder if Captain Nurul Hassan is thinking of bringing on Ibadat Hussain, seeing the amount of purchase these fast bowlers are getting.
That will be a good option in my opinion, because Ibadat has been really good in the last Dhaka Premier Division Cricket League.
Clean bowled! All ends up. The captain has to depart. Shoriful with an absolute beauty.
Once again, it's a beautiful delivery from Shoriful Islam. The last one was swinging away from the left-hander. This one comes back in and castles him up. The off stump went cartwheeling, and he celebrates. And that's such a pleasant sight for any fast bowler to see the stump flying over. So that's the fall of the 4th wicket. It's 13 for 4 New Zealand A.
One remaining, one.
Beauty, absolute beauty by the left arm fast bowler Shoriful. Khaled with 2, and now Shoriful with 2 wickets as well. They're bowling beautifully in tandem.
This season is rain and wind. Yeah, center.
Josh Clarkson, the new batter in. Slightly down the leg side, easy runs for the new batter. Gets off the mark immediately. Good effort there by Khaled. That brings the end to another successful over for Bangladesh A. New Zealand, after 7 overs, 15 for 4.
Little forward, very little. No, no. From that mark, you have to keep it outside. Outside.
As the fourth wicket has fallen down of New Zealand, it's my pleasure to welcome Mazharuddin in the comm box. Welcome, Mazhar bhai.
Thank you very much. Very good morning to all our viewers. It's been a great start for Bangladesh. Khalid to continue from the media end. It's a good toss to lose for Bangladesh, to be very honest, after New Zealand they opted to bat first, picking up 4 early wickets inside 8 overs. It's been a great start indeed, especially for the fast bowlers.
Absolutely. And both the teams are going with fast bowlers. Bangladesh are going with 3, New Zealand are with 4. And this is what I was curious about. If Bangladeshi fast bowlers are doing this much well, beautiful delivery, just took the outside edge. There was an opportunity of catch, but it was a difficult one, has been put down.
Creating those opportunities has been the key so far from the Bangladesh innings with the ball. Just going away from the diving slip fielder. Parvez Hossain was the fielder at second slip. 14 for 4. It's not that bad surface at all, Alif. But the way the Bangladeshi bowlers have bowled, they've asked that questions pretty often. And the length has been the key. Not so full, not so short, and also onto the right channel. Again, that length. Hitting the deck hard, and especially Khalid Ahmed, who's someone who likes to hit the deck hard. Bangladesh will be looking to pick another wicket here.
Undoubtedly. And Khalid has been really good, as you rightly mentioned. He has been persistent, and the New Zealand batters have faced real trouble to negotiate Khalid Ahmed. And even in the 8th over, there are 2 slips in position.
Nicely bowled again. Using the new ball to perfection. Bangladesh A. It's a great opportunity for players like Khalid Ahmed, if I say, known more of a test match bowler. So he can really show his worth with the white ball.
Absolutely. And along with him, Ibadat Hussain is missing out from the national side for a long time, especially after his injury. It's a great platform for him as well to show his characters. Once again, on the money. This is really good bowling from Khalid, and the batters are also a little watchful against him, since he's done really well from the get-go.
Adapt to the conditions will be key for New Zealand. It's never easy coming in from this part of the world, adjusting with the surface and the weather. As I mentioned earlier, it's pretty hot and humid out there. It's just the first game of the tour. I'm sure they will get used to the conditions soon. And right on the money. Brilliant over again by Khalid Ahmed. 8 gone, 15 for 4. Skipper Nurul Hasan Chauhan continuing with the seamer. Shoriful Islam bowled brilliantly in the previous over. And the seamers are doing the trick for Bangladesh. Despite winning the toss and opting to bat first, New Zealand are in a spot of bother. Came back in sharply. As I mentioned, length will be the key, so the footwork needs to be precise from the New Zealand batters. At times they can be tempted to go forward but the length that the Bangladeshi bowlers are bowling kept them guessing.
Exactly, they were in double minds on so many occasions whether to go front foot or to the back. And even in the last wicket that 𝗂𝗃𝗃 got, the batter was slightly confused. That's straight to 𝗧𝗦𝗃𝗃. So talking about the conditions, Mazhar Bhai, as you played age level cricket and you have played in Australia as well, so how the condition differs from there, and what are the activities that a batter needs to do for adjusting with the Bangladesh conditions?
First of all, it's the weather. It's quite hot and humid, and the surface at times can be a bit slower compared to the Australian surface or maybe New Zealand. Ball comes onto the bat pretty quickly. In Bangladesh, you need to wait for it at one point of time. Full toss, flick that away, will get a boundary. A rare bat delivery by 𝗂𝗃𝗃 and put that away nicely by Clarkson.
Rightly. A low full toss from 𝗂𝗃𝗃 and Clarkson takes the full toll of it. He just puts it away and gets his first boundary. Moves on to 6. Easy pickings for someone like him, and the fine leg fielder was in a finer position, so it wasn't possible for him to cover that amount of ground and stop the ball.
Yeah, just going back to that discussion, at times the surface, the bounce, the extra bit of bounce in New Zealand and Australia are pretty different from here. So from the batter's point of view, at times in New Zealand and Australia, the surface will allow you to play on the up. But in Bangladesh, especially in this sort of conditions, you need to go closer to the delivery. So that is the reason why the Bangladeshi seamers are not allowing that room and also bowling not that fuller, making things difficult for the New Zealand batters.
During the toss, the New Zealand skipper Nick Kelly opted to bat first. Beautiful from 𝗂𝗃𝗃 once again, squared him up straight to backward point. Going back to that discussion, the skipper Nick Kelly won the flip of the coin and decided to bat first. Was that an interesting call to you, Mazhar Bhai? Because this is the first game and they're not used to with the conditions, so was bowling a better option for them?
Now you can say, yeah, they might have bowled first, but yeah, looking at the surface, it was a belter of a surface, to be very honest. It was dry, it was hard, so expected to the ball to come onto the bat. They need to test themselves as well, so coming in this part of the world, it's never easy. But you have to give credit to the New Zealand guys as well. They took the challenge. Watchfully left by Clarkson. He was born in Christchurch, New Zealand. He's more of a seaming all-rounder who can hit the ball hard. End of the over, another very good one, just a boundary. After 9, 19 for 4. Bangladesh dugout, Mizanur Rahman Babul, the coach, alongside Yasir Ali Chaudhary and Saif Hassan. Not featuring in this game. Ibadat Hussain comes in from the media end. 2 slips in place for the right arm seamer. Length, as I mentioned, length has been the key for Bangladesh so far, and Ibadat starts from the others where the others left in the previous overs.
Absolutely, and even in the 10th over, we get to see a couple of slips, so that goes to show how aggressive the Bangladesh are, and they should be because they are on the driving seat. Picked up 4 early wickets, and certainly the top order of New Zealand A collapse in this game.
Good carry, good bounce. Hitting the deck hard, and suggests how the surface playing really well. It's a sporting track. It's the same surface that Bangladesh played against Zimbabwe in the first test a couple of weeks back. Played really well. The two sides here. Noor Hassan Chauhan, skipper Anamul Haq, Ibadat Hussain, Maidul Islam, Mossaddeq, Naim Sheikh, Parvez Imon, Shamim Hussain, Shoriful Said, Khalid Ahmed, Tanvi Islam, all known faces. Ooh, that rose sharply again. I'd love to see Ibadat getting into the groove again. He's in the setup for a long time, was out for an injury, undergone a surgery, recovered well, and now making his way into the middle. And I'm sure he's desperate to make a comeback to the national side as well.
That's tickled fine, and good work from the fielder as well. Shoriful Islam, he's everywhere. You can't keep him out of the game. He's taking wickets, he's saving boundaries, he's celebrating. All the Bangladeshi fast bowlers have been splendid in this game, in all departments. Going back to that discussion, Ibadat was known as a red ball player, especially for the Test cricket, but he had shown great improvement in terms of ODI cricket as well before his injury, and this is the right platform for him as well to show his caliber and make the comeback for the national side.
Undoubtedly. Rice Mariu. His roots are in the small town of Kayapoi, North Canterbury. Born in Christchurch though, as a part-time medium pacer, mainly an opening batter. Made his ODI debut for New Zealand and earlier this year, April 2 versus Pakistan, becoming the 223rd ODI player for New Zealand. Looking to poke at that one, lucky not to get an edge. End of a very good over by Ibadat after 10, 21 for 4. So far, 2 wickets each for Shoriful and Khalid. Ibadat bowled his first over, gave away 2 bowled well, hitting the deck hard, getting those extra bit of bounce from the surface, and probably skipper Noor Hassan Chauhan might introduce spin for the first time. Just the type of start Bangladesh would have hoped for, and left arm spinner Tanveer Islam, as brought in by skipper Noor Hassan Chauhan from the far end. He's got a long off and a sweeper in place for the right-hander, and also a deep square leg. Flighted delivery to start with.
A good start for Tanveer, and he's also someone who has the experience of playing international cricket, represented Bangladesh in T20 International. Close to the stumps. It was coming back in with the arm. Good delivery once again. A good start from Tanveer. So Mazhar bhai, considering the situation where the fast bowlers have done a wonderful job, what will the role of a spinner be in this track? How should they bowl?
It's very important to keep the runs in check, first of all, build the pressure, They've already 4 down, so one more wicket from here on will expose the tail. So that's an area the spinners might look for bowling and maybe invite the batters to play those drives. Just like that, waiting for that one rather going forward. He just waited for that one. Clarkson made his ODI debut versus Bangladesh back in December 2023, where he took 2 for 24 on debut in Dunedin.
And he's got the experience of playing under 19 cricket as well against Bangladesh. Once again, good delivery. Kind of round-armish from Tanvir. So 5 dots in the trot in this over. This is turning out to be a great one from this young lad.
End of a very good over. A maiden to start with by Tanvir. 21 for 4 after 11. "21 for 4 after 11. It's hot, it's humid, and it's testing conditions for the visitors as they're 4 down and hoping to build up a partnership with Murray and Clarkson in the middle, taking their time, rightly so. Ibadat to continue from the media end. Slight change in the field, 2 slips in place. Heavily offside packed field for the right-hander Murray. Here comes Ibadat. Nicely bowled, right on the money. Rice Murray has also represented New Zealand in the Under-19 World Cup back in 2020. He was the team's top run getter with 206 runs in 5 innings. He scored a 240 against Central Districts. In October 2024 was a marathon knock that announced him as a future star. Swing and a miss. Great bowling by Ibadat, teasing the batter.
Absolutely. A peach of a delivery, and the batter had no feet movement at all. Just threw his bat at it and finding no connection whatsoever. Bangladeshi fast bowlers, they have been consistent in that outside the off-stump corridor. They have moved the ball in both ways from that place. Gets a solid connection after a long time, does Murray. So talking about the age level cricket, Mazhar Bhai, the transition has to be made because age level and international level, these are not similar. Of course similar, but not the same. So how a player should adjust himself for making the transition and prepare himself for international cricket? What should be the process?
Short ball pulled away, not connected properly. I'm sure he will get a couple. Murray, these are valuable runs. These will ease the nerves and relax them a bit in the middle. You mentioned about the transition between under-19 to the national team. That's the area where Bangladesh at the moment are focusing on the A team. That is what we are witnessing at the moment. The A team is a bridge between the national team and the under-19 levels. At times the players lost their way after playing under-19s. They had to play domestic cricket, Dhaka Premier Leagues by their own. They have to manage themselves. When you are under a setup, you get those facilities, but once you got out from that environment, you have to manage your own. So that's when you have to make the right choices, right decisions. At the same time, if you have some areas like the A team, maybe the high performance squad, will help the players to get together, getting those facilities in and prepare themselves. It's also about being disciplined. Change of field again for Clarkson. 2 slip and a gully in place. He's got a point and a cover in place as well. Wide. This should have been put away. Missed that one. Pressure. End of another over. 3 coming from it. After 12, 24 for 4.
Once again, no feet movement at all. Just throwing his bat and missing it. And as we often say, the picturesque silhouette, and this is the reason behind that. The serene city, and it's all green everywhere. The beautiful tea garden and the walkway in the middle. And this is how the batting card looks like for New Zealand. Certainly not a healthy one. 4 ducks, Dale Phillips, Matt Boyle, Mohammad Abbas and Nick Kelly was out without troubling the scorers. In this point in time, Clarkson is trying to form a partnership with 𝗏𝗏. Tanveer comes back once again. The keeper makes a bit of mistake, and that will run away for a boundary. 4 byes. Not a bright start in this over for Tanveer.
That was not a bad delivery though. Watchfully left. Missed the stump by a whisker. Missed the wicket keeper as well. Batter anticipated to turn that one, but it kept a bit low as well. Undone the wicket keeper. The bowler won't mind though, Alif. Still, no sign of turn. Going for the reverse, plays that fine, will find the boundary again. This time from the bat of 𝗏𝗏. A welcome boundary for New Zealand A.
Once again, a boundary, and Tanveer gives away 8 runs. Although it's a 4, this will be counted as his conceded runs. Not from the meatiest part of the willow. However, he gets through the gap, and 𝗏𝗏 gets his 3rd boundary. Once again sweeps it and finds another one. It was away from the deep short fine leg fielder, I beg your pardon. And 3 boundaries on the trot. Tanveer will be under the pump.
𝗏𝗏 decided to take on the spinner, Tanveer Islam. And this time preferring the onside region. There was a bit of risk, as there was a fielder at short fine leg. It was in the air for a while, but lucky that it gone away from that fielder. This will ease the nerve for sure for the New Zealand A batter, especially 𝗏𝗏, who's been there for a while now. 𝗏𝗏 comes from a tight-knit family in North Canterbury. His mother is a school teacher and father a builder. Enjoys horse riding and farm work.
Was born in 2001. Nicely played away for a single. And he's been in the middle for the longest period of time among all the New Zealand batters. So he knows the condition, and he has decided to break the shackles for New Zealand A. This has turned into the most expensive over of this game so far. Comes down the pitch, but finds the fielder. Ends the over with the dot. After 13, it's 37 for 4 New Zealand A.
It's a great experience for the New Zealand side coming in this part of the world, adapting to the conditions and surface will surely help them to gain a lot of experience in the coming days. Mariu holding the key for New Zealand A on 25 of 39. He took on Tanveer Islam in the previous over, striking 2 boundaries. Ibadat to continue from the media end. Nicely played, finds the gap and gets the boundary. A great start to the over by Mariu. He's gaining in confidence now.
A picture perfect square drive from Mariu. It was full and straight from Ibadat, and Mariu just drives it away for a boundary. Delightful. Through the gap, no chance for any fielder. And that over from Tanveer was the turning point in my opinion, where he hit 3 boundaries and now getting a move on for New Zealand A.
Played that on the onside, will get a single. Rotating the strike will be key for the 2 batters in the middle. Yes, Mariu is taking on the bowlers, but at the same time Clarkson on the other end needs to rotate the strike. He's on 6 of 17, Mariu 30 of 41. A bit of partnership developing between these two in the middle after losing 4 quick wickets. Still a slip in place for Clarkson. That came back in sharply, lucky not to get that edge towards the stump. Will get a single. So they are focusing on rotating the strike now.
They should. That will keep the scoreboard moving. Clarkson has the experience of playing international cricket as well. Played 3 ODIs for New Zealand and 6 T20Is, averaging 24. Best 38, so he has some experience. Once again, beauty from Ibadat. Bit of zip from the surface as well. Talking about Clarkson, just like him, in fact all the Bangladesh players, they have the experience of representing Bangladesh with the national jersey. So this makes this series even more interesting and exciting with this quality cricket players.
Definitely, and it's a great platform for these cricketers to make it to the national team, to the senior side. Drifting down the leg side, flicking that away. Fielder at deep square leg. Can't stop that one. Will get a boundary, Mariu. A valiant effort by the fielder at deep square leg. Second boundary of the over.
It was on the pads. He just clips it away. The fielder had a despairing dive, but it went in vain. Once again, it was Shorturl, the tall lad. He was really good with the ball in hand and did so well in the field as well, but on this occasion, he couldn't succeed. 10 runs already from this Ibadat over. Once again, an expensive one. Good comeback from Ibadat as well after conceding that boundary. Ends the 14th. New Zealand A are 47 for 4.
ও তো নীল তাকটা একটু দেবে ওই হাসান আউটসাইড
Come on, boys. It's not lunch. Come on. Get up, get up. Thank you, guys. Thank you. बोल दे कि जायू ना নইলে বালা গাম ভাই ওদের কিছু বলেন না ওরা আমাদের মেহমান মেহমানদারি দিতে হয় মেহমানদারি মেহমান মানে তো মেহমানদারি করতে হবে না ভাই টি ব্রেক বন্ধ হইতাছে ভাই তাড়াতাড়ি ভাই একটু তাড়াতাড়ি কর
So this is what has transpired from the word go. Beautiful bowling from the Bangladesh fast bowler shorturl striking early, and then Khalid joining him in the party, swinging the new cherry as much as possible, and this was a peach of a delivery. Steep bounce and the last wicket where the stump went flying.
yes
So Tanveer is back after that expensive over that he delivered. It's 47 for 4 New Zealand, and they're on a mission of building a solid partnership.
Trying to play that across the line against the spin. Not a wise option though. Tanveer has got a deep square leg in place, so Clarkson eyeing that region deep mid-wicket area. That is where Tanveer is hoping Clarkson to play. Armour delivery going down the leg side. Conceded 3 boundaries in his first over, Tanveer. Now 3 dot balls to start with.
Just before that expensive over, he delivered a maiden, so he was in a good touch. That was just a bad over, but he's back in rhythm. And this one makes it 4 dots on the trot. Tanveer made his international debut back in 2023 against England, and he had a bright series. And Bangladesh also did exceedingly well, beating England, in fact whitewashing England by 3-0, one of the best ever T20 achievements for Bangladesh in their T20 history. Oh, that was a beauty, flight, turn, bounce, that had everything. Appeal as well to the umpire, which has been denied, but certainly a gem of a delivery from Tanveer.
That was a peach of a delivery by Tanveer Islam. And a great work behind the stump as well, but the batter was well behind the crease. And a sharp work by Nur Hasan Chauhan, the skipper. It's been a very good over by Tanveer Islam so far. Can he finish it with a maiden?
Oh yes.
He does. Very good comeback by this left-arm spinner. A maiden to finish the over. 47 for 4 after 15. .47 for 4 after 15. New Zealand able to continue from the media end. He's got a gully in place for the right-hander. Short ball, pulled that away. Will only get a single, Mariu. Still holds the key for New Zealand, Mariu. He's seen 4 batters dismissing from the other end, but he held his composure. Clarkson also giving good support. Yes, he's faced 24 deliveries for his 7, but he made sure he gave a good support at the other end to Mariu. Drifting down the leg side, is that a catch? Fielder seems so, but umpire, he also thinks it's a wicket for Ibadat Hussain. Not the best of deliveries, perhaps getting a glove on that one, but Bangladesh will take it.
Absolutely, and a breakthrough comes after a while for Bangladesh. It's Ibadat who strikes and joins the party of the fast bowlers. The umpire took a long time for raising the finger, and eventually the credit finger went up as Bangladesh celebrate their 5th wicket. And New Zealand are losing wickets in regular intervals. It was leg side-ish, perhaps off the gloves, I reckon. Not sure. The batter knew it. And as soon as the umpire raised his finger, Clarkson departs for 7, and New Zealand and their trouble goes on.
Clarkson seemed unhappy while heading towards the dressing room, suggesting that it hit his arm rather than the glove, but the umpire thinks otherwise. 5th wicket gone for New Zealand, and Ibadat strikes his 1st wicket of the game. Tense looking New Zealand dugout.
You want center?
Yes, please.
Little forward, little. Too much.
All the 5 wickets been taken by the seamers as Ibadat joins the party alongside Shoriful and Khalid Ahmed.
4 balls to go, right and over.
New man in for New Zealand, will have to rebuild again alongside Mariu, who's there opening the innings, still out there in the middle, holding the key for New Zealand.
On the money, Ibadat. He's known as Sylhet Rocket. We'll get back to that discussion. It's Mitchell Hay, 36 matches, 807 runs, best of 99, and he will have the responsibility of reconstructing the innings when his team is under the pump. Oh, beautiful once again. A beauty from Ibadat. Well directed and completely bamboozled Hay on that occasion.
𝗵𝗁, the new man in, facing the music from Ibadat Hussain, who's confident after picking up that wicket. A gem of a delivery to a new batter, creating the doubt over the batter's mind. Normally a top order batter, Mitch has got a different role to play today.
He's known for his dynamic batting and sharp wicket-keeping skills as well. Born back in 2000, August 20. His cricketing journey began at Marine School as Ibadat goes for the final delivery of this over. Dropped on the pads, they're appealing for it. Perhaps height would be an issue, and it was also sliding down the leg, I reckon. So that ends a successful over for Bangladesh A and Ibadat. After 16, it's 48 for 5, New Zealand A.
It was a very good last over by Ibadat Hussain at the last ball of the previous over from this right arm seamer. Once again creating that doubt over the batter's mind, just shaping into the right-hander. There were a huge shout by Ibadat, but as you mentioned rightly, it was drifting down to the leg side, and perhaps height could be a factor as well. Tanveer to continue. Nice loopy delivery to start with.
He's someone who does that very much often. Not the biggest turner of the cricket ball, rather tries to be persistent and tight in terms of line and length. He sweeps it beautifully. There's a fielder and he does well. He does really well. Mahidul Ongkon saves a couple of runs for his team. A wicketkeeper batter, he knows how to dive, and he made the dive with the perfection in this occasion.
That couple 50 comes up for New Zealand, eh? They're 50 for 5. In the 17th over of the innings, it's been a struggle for them, but Mariu was the lone fighter, is the lone fighter at the moment for New Zealand, eh? And I'm sure he'll look to continue and play a big knock today if New Zealand wants to post a good total on the board. At the moment, it's tough. Goes for the reverse, plays that fine, will get a single.
Tanveer has experience of playing 110 List A matches with 160 wickets under his belt. Best of 6 for 18. So he knows how to squeeze the batters, and he's done that very well from the get-go. Once again, it's a beauty. They're appealing for it. They look confident. Chauhan still appealing, but no response from Tanveer Ahmed.
Tanveer thinks so, but umpire Tanveer doesn't think so. Tanveer Islam still can't believe. Stood his ground. So does skipper Nur Hasan Chauhan. That was sharply turned delivery by Tanveer. But was there any outside edge? The immediate reaction of Nur Hasan Chauhan suggested there was some bat on it. But the batter stood his ground. So does the umpire. Nevertheless, an outstanding delivery by this left-arm spinner. Slightly shorter this time.
Tanveer is someone who doesn't turn the ball on the regular basis, but when he turns it, the turns are big enough, and we have seen the instance how lethal those turns can be. A single to complete the 17th. New Zealand A are 50, 2 for 5.
সেলিব্রেশন কেন ভাই আগে আপিল করতে হবে তারপর দিব কিরে আউট তো দেয় না কি করলি এই অঙ্কন আউট তো দেয় না হয় কি করে রে আবার ভাইরাল রেডি কুইক কল
Bangladeshi bowlers are dominating the New Zealand A batters. Despite opting to bat first, New Zealand are in a spot of bother. They are 52 for 5 after 17. And Bangladeshi bowlers are making sure they ask the right questions every now and then. As we have seen 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃 in the previous over, now 𝗃𝗏𝗃𝗃 comes in. Started off from where he left in the previous over, bowling back of a length deliveries pretty often. Haven't seen him bowl that fuller today.
Rightly so. Preferred that back of a length delivery once again. This was the wicket that he purchased. It was sliding down the leg, and that was from the glove. That's what the umpire thought. He joined Bangladesh Air Force back in 2012 as a volleyball player, but his transition began when he joined the pacer hunt, which was organized by Bangladesh Cricket Board, and he's been one of the best finds from that pacer hunt, and that was done under the Pakistani fast bowler Aqib Javed. He impressed him with his raw pace and has improved significantly with the time.
Right on the money again. He's indeed a great find for Bangladesh. Bangladesh got a great pace battery with the likes of Shoriful, Ibadat, Khalid. They are featuring in this A side, in this game. So it's an opportunity for them to make an impact again, making their way to the national team. The likes of Parvez Imran, another bright prospect who'd love to make his way to the national team. Try to play that on the extra bit of bounce. Missed that outside edge. Lucky on that occasion.
Ibadat has been lethal when he goes back of a length. The batters are struggling on a consistent basis, and once again, bit of zip, and 𝗏𝗃𝗃 was beaten completely. Just look at the height, the carry. This is tremendous bowling performance from the Sylhet Rocket, and he's also a local lad from Sylhet, and he's known as a Sylhet Rocket for his express pace, and as you rightly mentioned, one of the additions to the Bangladesh pace battery. Ibadat Hossain.
Interesting move by skipper Nurul Hasan Sohan. He brings in a fielder at short point, pretty unusual position, with the helmet on, putting some extra pressure to the batter, especially after that delivery in the previous ball. This time he bowls fuller. Going for the second, and will get that quite comfortably in the end.
The Bangladesh skipper is perhaps trying to play with the mind of 𝗏𝗃𝗃, since he was under the pump, just putting one more fielder and making him feel the heat. 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗃 has been consistent from the get-go. There was a direct hit as well, but the batter was safely home. Straight to the fielder, no chance of a run, and that completes the 18th. New Zealand A are 54 for 5.
জয়ের লেগ বাইরে চলে যায় অঙ্কনের ফাইন লেগ কাট খেলাই দিছিল স্যার মিস করে বলাইলেন হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ দে আমার কিছু দে এবারে কি ছেড়ে দিবেন সময় 9 মিনিট ভাই একজন কষ্ট করে নামে যাবে
Bryce Mariu still in the middle for New Zealand A, opening the innings, not out 38 of 48. 4 batters gone without troubling the scorers, as Josh Clarkson was the last man to depart, courtesy of Ibadat Hussein's delivery. As I'm joined by Shanu Rabbani again. Good morning, Shanu.
A very good morning and a very warm welcome to those who are viewing us here on T Sports. And good morning to you, Mazhar. Bangladesh off to a fantabulous start here.
Played that fine, nicely swept, and will get the boundary. Mariu is someone who's holding the key for New Zealand A, and is often finding those boundaries pretty comfortably.
A change of pace and perhaps change of luck as well for New Zealand, and especially Mariu. We see him playing that paddle sweep very comfortably, moving the partnership onto 10 runs. Been very impressed with his application against the pacers, and now against the spinners we're seeing him bring out his array of shots.
Better, much better from Tanveer. Bowled a very good previous over. There was a huge shout as well against Mitch Hay of that outside edge. Needs to bowl a bit fuller onto the stump and waiting for the ball to turn. That's what I was saying. As Mariu finally lost his cool coming down the track and got stumped. A brilliant delivery by Tanveer Islam to undone the danger man Mariu.
Almost listen to you. They talk about commentators' curse. On this occasion, commentators' blessing for the bowler Tanveer getting his first wicket. New Zealand A losing their 6th, and it's a big wicket. He was the set player. We were talking about how well he played, but look at that beautiful guile, and Nurul Hassan will gobble them up and hit the stumps with ease all day, every day. Mariu looked set, but he's gone for 42 after 51 deliveries. New Zealand A, they've lost more than half their side. They're in trouble.
Wickets kept tumbling for New Zealand A, and they are in a deep trouble now as they lost their 6th wicket. Tanveer Islam picking up his first, courtesy of a brilliant delivery, dragging the batter forward, coming down the track and completely missing it out. Outstanding delivery.
And some good turn, bounce, flight. Tanveer with the lovely celebration as well. Deserved the wicket.
It's been a struggle. It's been a tough ask for the New Zealand batters coming in, playing their first match of the tour. Adapting to the conditions will be key for them. It's just a start, so you have to give the benefit of doubt to the visitors.
A lot of these players have never played in these conditions, as far as New Zealand are concerned. Bangladesh, on the other hand, full of international experience. So yeah, you can consider the hosts as the favorites.
But I'm sure as time goes by in this tour, New Zealand will surely get that momentum. End of another successful over, this time by Tanveer Islam. 58 for 6. Dean Foxcroft was the new man in for New Zealand A after Tanvir Islam removing the dangerous Mariu. He's been the top run getter for New Zealand A, held the key for them opening the innings. Ibadat Hossain to continue from the media end with 2 slips in place and a short point with helmet on. As I mentioned, Dean Foxcroft with the best of 138 300s. Wow, what a delivery. What a delivery. Extra bit of bounce as well and good carry.
Interesting that he's bowling as the first change of pacer and not opening the innings. Khalid Ahmed and Shoriful, obviously they opened the innings with the ball from both ends and took 2 wickets each. But then Ibadat brings something different. He is the fastest of the lot. Hits the deck hard as well.
Down the leg side this time. Wide given as well. Needs to bowl on the offside. He's got all the fielders on the offside. You've seen how he got that carry as well in the first delivery that he bowled.
And sometimes, Mazhar, we know all too well in cricket, you bowl these sort of deliveries, it gets the edge and it goes to the wicket keeper. Sometimes this also brings about a wicket. The bowlers can get lucky.
Oh, was that a catch? The reaction says so. Fielder still not sure, but did that carry, Shanu?
Probably just dropped in front. Yes, exactly. Mahidul Islam Onkon, the fielder there. We know he's handy behind the stumps. Another wicketkeeper batter. Field placing is very interesting. As you mentioned, it's a short point, not a silly point, a short point.
Plays with soft hand, will get a single. Very good captaincy, I must say, from Noor Hassan Chauhan, bringing in that fielder at short point, as you mentioned. It's a pretty unusual position. We don't see that often, especially in white ball format.
In the very first over, we saw a short cover as well. And there we can see just falling in front of Onkon. That would have been wicket number 7, could have been wicket number 7. Mitch and Foxcroft, can they build partnership? Foxcroft, the new man in, yet to get off the mark. Pressure on him, fielders closing in.
Fielder at short point goes on the onside now with helmet on. But the pressure is on. Not enough runs on the board for New Zealand A. Just into the 20th over of the innings. They are 60 for 6.
Yeah, from short point to short leg. Then you have the first slip, which is quite wide. And then a wideish third slip.
It's been a very good over, very tight over by Khalid Ahmed. He's not focusing on one line and length, if you have noticed, Shanu.
He's mixing it up, he's trying stuff, and in modern day cricket we give this sort of a bowler a name of enforcer. We've seen other teams try with that first change-up seamer being the faster one or being the fastest of the lot. Just to add that variety, Bangladesh now have Nahid Rana as well.
A single to end the over. 3 coming from it. After 20, New Zealand A 61 for 6.
Any time, bhai. हमको bench strength same থাকবো সব সব ভাই এটা তাড়াতাড়ি ভাই 17 মিনিট পিছায় এই
A horrible start for New Zealand A on their Bangladesh tour. It's the first one-day international, beg your pardon. And after winning the toss, opting to bat, they are 6 down now for 61. Bangladesh will be happy. It's a good toss to lose for them. And the bowlers doing their job for skipper Nuala Sanchuan. A slip in place for Foxcroft.
And just a while ago we saw Shahriar Nafeez Ahmed, part of the coaching staff and team management for the Bangladesh A team. Good to see some people coming in as well. Oh, exposing the stumps, but getting connection. Had it missed, it would have been timber for the bowler.
Tanvir bowled really well onto his 6th over, gave away 18 runs, picked up a wicket with a gem of a delivery. That too of the danger man Mariu. And a lot slower delivery and the finger goes up. That looked tight to me, Shanur.
With the ball turning away and pitching on perhaps off stump, Mitch might consider himself slightly unlucky. Let's have a look. Umpire Tanvir Ahmed agreeing to the appeal. In the end, the umpire's decision is the final word, the final verdict. Yeah, he's a bit surprised as well. And that's another wicket down. New Zealand A currently 62 for 7.
Tanvir Islam picking up his 2nd wicket. We really thought that that was a close call. That was slightly, maybe just hitting the off stump or maybe missing it. I don't know, but the umpire, he's the one to decide. The batter might feel he is unlucky, but the bowler would take it.
Yeah, the Tanvir tandem working on this occasion. Umpire Tanvir and bowler Tanvir in unison.
Ho ho! He's gone. Clark goes, the first delivery that he faced, a gem of a delivery by Tanvir. Just turning away from the right-hander and hitting on top of off stump. Another wicket falls for New Zealand A.
And look at that, just grazing the top of off. Sohan, he was appealing and then he saw the off bail falling down to his chagrin, and New Zealand A now 62 for 8. Tanvir is on a hat-trick.
Too good a delivery for a batter coming in at number 8. And Tanvir Islam bowled a great delivery to a new batter who just came into the crease. Slight turn and just kissing that off stump.
Tanvir on a hat-trick now, and he's come back very nicely in this innings as this match has progressed. Bangladesh A thoroughly on top of proceedings with a much more experienced team, home conditions all playing to their favor, and New Zealand A, they will definitely take a lot of learnings from this, especially the captain who decided to bat first on this wicket. Perhaps it's not a bad wicket to bat on, but early on Bangladesh's bowlers were just too good. The two pacers, Khalid Ahmed and Shorturl. All in all, the disparity in experience is showing, but New Zealand's players, a lot of them playing in Bangladesh for the first time, will learn a lot from this, as you rightly mentioned earlier on, Mazhar.
Tanvir Islam is on a hat-trick now. He's got a leg slip, short leg in place for the left-hander. Now the long on comes inside the circle as well. Pressure mounting. Noor Hassan Chauhan wants another one. Two slips, a leg slip and a short leg in place. Here comes Tanvir Islam. He's on a hat-trick. Nicely negotiated, I must say. The batter was under tremendous pressure, but nevertheless, a very, very good over so far by Tanvir.
Yeah, the ball turned and it zooted in. Turned a bit too much, perhaps. Lennox, the new batter, surviving on this occasion.
Turning sharply into the left-hander. A very good ball to finish a successful over. 2 wickets and just 1 run from it. 62 for 8, New Zealand A. New Zealand losing wickets at regular intervals. They lost wicket in clusters and they are in deep, deep trouble now. 62 for 8. We're on to the 22nd over now. And Bangladesh will be looking to wrap things up quickly, as skipper Noor Hassan Chauhan brings in left-arm seamer Shoriful Islam back into the attack from the media end. Short ball, pull that away. And we'll find the boundary. Boundary after a while for New Zealand A.
Good looking shot. Foxcroft dealing with the bounce, finding the gap, getting a boundary and releasing some much needed pressure for New Zealand A. Yes, they've lost 8 wickets, but you've got to punish the bad balls, and on this occasion he made no mistake. Up to Shoriful now to come back strongly.
Another very good looking shot by Foxcroft. This time on the offside. Back-to-back boundaries.
First on the leg side, now on the offside. Foxcroft finding the gaps and outfoxing the bowler on both occasions. This time a really good looking shot. Not trying to hit it too hard. Just letting the pace do the work.
I think it is too.
Marking is wrong there.
Those were proper cricketing shots, Shanur. First the pull and now the drive on the up. Shoiful needs to adjust his line and length. Coming around the wicket now. Foxcroft seemed to be a good batter. Gets that single. Bring in Lennox onto the strike.
Another South African born New Zealand player, Dean Foxcroft, 27-year-old, can bowl quick. He's a powerful hitter. So that just goes to show that New Zealand, they've got plenty of depth in their batting.
Is that middle and off?
Yeah, that's middle enough.
There we see Jaden Lennox with a high score of 34.
Coming back over.
44 list day matches. Will need to give his partner Foxcroft some support as New Zealand look to cross the 100 mark.
Right on the money. Good comeback by Shoiful after being smashed by 2 boundaries in the first 2 balls by Foxcroft.
And speaking of Foxcroft, he's got 2 first-class centuries and 3 list day centuries, so he can bat. Has an average of over 30 in first-class cricket, and in list day it's not too far behind, 29.93. So good all-rounder to have for New Zealand.
Nicely bowled again by Shoiful. Yeah, Foxcroft was the Super Smash Player of the Year in 2022-23 season, scoring heavily. Scored a T20 century as well. So this guy can bat. He's type of a floater who can bat up at the order, also in the middle order. Lennox on the other hand will be looking to hang in. Maybe Foxcroft will play the lead role here among the 2 in the middle. End of the over, 9 coming from it. After 22, New Zealand A 71 for 8.
Already informed. Bhaiya, naime jash to? Middle wicket naime jash. Eo naime jash. Middle wicket.
4 bowlers used so far by skipper Nur Hassan Chauhan and 4 amongst the wicket. Tanvir Islam picked up 3. Shoiful and Khalid Ahmed picking up 2 each, and Ibadat Hussain also picked up a wicket for Bangladesh A. As they continue to dominate the New Zealand A batters. They are 71 for 8. It's the first of the 3-match one-day series between the 2 sides. We're here at the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium. Just to remind our viewers, New Zealand A won the toss and opted to bat first, and they are now 71 for 8. Tanvir to continue. Foxcroft will get a single.
You mentioned about his big hitting exploits as far as Dean Foxcroft is concerned. Lennox, another player who's got a bit of experience, 30-year-old, has played so far 14 first-class matches, so a bit of a late starter in cricket. And we've seen this sight quite a few times before. A New Zealand left-handed lower order batter wearing glasses.
And that reminds me of Daniel Vettori, Shanu.
And continuing in that Vettori lineage, we often see Mitch Santner nowadays donning the glasses, the spectacles when he's batting.
He's also a left-arm spinner. Pretty similarity with the glasses and also the bowling abilities. He was the Central District's leading wicket taker in 2024-25 Plunket Shield, claiming 31 wickets. Going for the reverse. And will get the boundary over the fielder's head at short third. A welcome boundary for New Zealand A as Lennox gets off the mark.
Left arm spinner versus left arm spinner. And the batter taking on his bowling counterpart. Often is the case. A lovely looking reverse sweep. Playing it over the top. A bit of a mix-up, but nonetheless, a single was there to be taken. Foxcroft and Lennox showing that the tail has a bit of bite in it as far as New Zealand A are concerned.
Just finishing off with Lennox, his family is from Hawke's Bay. His father played club cricket and was Jaden's first coach as well. So yeah, comes from a cricketing background. Slightly short this time. He'll get a single. Another good over for New Zealand A. 7 coming from it. After 23, they are 78 for 8. Bangladesh will be looking to wrap things up as New Zealand are now 78 for 8 after 23 with Lennox on 5 and Foxcroft on runner ball 13. Skipper Nurul Hassan Chauhan still searching for that wicket. Shoaiful Islam coming in around the wicket from the media and a slip in place for the right-hander Foxcroft. Try to guide that away towards third man. Lucky not to get an edge.
Yeah, with the first slip and also a deep third in place. Not really the sort of shot you would be looking to hit to score runs. Higher chances of getting out, but excellent ploy by Shoaiful. And we saw in the previous over where the pitch, the moisture is gone, the early movement is gone, so he's had to change up his lines and lengths, and now he's got the right field set up for it as well.
Nicely behind that one. He's a very capable batter, Foxcroft. Has got a good technique. Loves to ride on top of the bound at times and also goes behind the one that comes back of a length delivery. Surely he needed to bat up at the order, Shanu. He's someone who can bat really well.
Good delivery by Shoaiful, but yes, one of the options for New Zealand could be to bring Foxcroft ahead some of the other batters. This sort of an innings might get him a required promotion, and good to see people coming into the ground enjoying the cricket, enjoying Bangladesh A's performance so far. Lots of players that have represented the national team. So some big names in there for people to come in and see.
Foxcroft loves playing golf and often plays with his teammates in Dunedin. He also has an interest in wildlife photography. Interesting.
Not surprised given his South African background. And as far as golf is concerned, you often see these big hitting players being very good at golf as well. The bat swing must be similar. It helps for sure. When you're good at one sport, you're often pretty decent in other sports as well.
Finished his school in South Africa before relocating in New Zealand. He was involved in coaching junior players at Otago Cricket Association. Someone who is a very versatile person.
And a versatile player as well. That's reflected, and he will look to use this opportunity to showcase his skills. New Zealand, we know the number of all-rounders they have in their white ball setup. He'll be another handy one for sure.
Slight misfield. Allows the batter to get a single. Nevertheless, a very good over. Just one coming from a denied Shorturl maiden. 79 for 8 after 24. Skipper Nurullah Hassan Chauhan bringing in off spinner Mossaddeq Hossain. Foxcroft on 14 of 19, Lennox 5 of 9. Mossaddeq Soikot has a great run in the recently concluded Dhaka Premier Division Cricket League. Was part of the champion Abahani Limited squad. He played a very crucial role for the championship title this time around.
Always a handy customer with the ball, has improved his white ball skills over time. We've seen him doing well in recent editions of the Bangladesh Premier League, the T20 format. Mossaddeq Hossain. Perhaps a career of unfulfilled promise. Still time left to make a comeback into the national team setup.
Definitely, and his performance speaks for himself. He's someone who's very experienced in the domestic circuit. He's had a very promising international career as well. Just going back to Lennox. He's a trained chef, Shanur. He went to culinary school briefly and is known to cook meals for his teammates on domestic tours. He has a particular interest in baking and often brings homemade treats to training session.
We know who to go to for lunch if we need to.
Down the leg side. That would be a leg bye. Yep, confirmation by the umpire Tanveer. And he's someone who also enjoys gardening at his Napier home.
Well, that ends another over. After 25, it's 81 for 8.
Middle, please. Close to you a little bit. Right and over, change.
Khalid Ahmed replacing Shoriful Islam from the media end. He's got a deep square leg in place for the left-hander. Bangladesh is looking to finish things up quickly now.
Plenty of aggression shown by Khalid. We've seen that earlier on in the innings as well. And it has paid dividends. He has taken wickets. Look at those bowling figures. 2 for 2. 4.1 overs bowled. We're talking about the versatility of Lennox and Foxcroft as far as their exploits outside of cricket are concerned.
Slightly fuller this time, perhaps going down the leg side. Umpire Ghazi Sohail also thinks so.
We have to talk about, as far as Bangladesh A are concerned, the heart of Khalid Ahmed, one of the leaders of the pace bowling attack. And Lennox finds the appeal funny perhaps. Some swing. Getting it in this part of the innings is very interesting. In the 26th over, you're seeing some swing, so that might be good news for the New Zealand Pacers as well.
But the hot and humid condition still be the challenge for them. It's never easy coming in this part of the world. Adapt right away. And it's a big challenge for the fast bowlers of the New Zealand side as well. But first of all, they need to put some runs on the board, Shanur.
Yeah, still 19 shy of that 3-figure mark, 100. You feel it's not going to be enough. But some positive signs in this partnership for New Zealand A for sure.
Coming down the track, plays that straight over the bowler's head for a boundary. That's a good looking shot by Lennox.
Yeah, that batting average is certainly not telling the full story here. He can bat. The way he came down the track, held his balance, we'll see once again, and then just placed it straight through the bowler's head line, straight down the ground. A very good looking shot, a welcome boundary for him.
Is that an edge? Yeah, given. A great comeback by Khalid Ahmed after being hit by a boundary. He gets his man.
Top comeback by the bowler. The previous delivery, the batter showed some aggression. Khalid immediately responded, and that was the first boundary he was hit for in this match. It was a bumper, and Lennox couldn't help himself, as is the case with these lower order players. When they see these sort of loose deliveries, they go for it. Unfortunately for him, it got the top edge. He's gone for 9. New Zealand, they've lost 9 wickets for 85.
একটা আছে না
একটা আছে না
Ben Lister, the last man in for New Zealand A. As Bangladesh managed to pick wickets at regular intervals. New Zealand lost their previous wicket courtesy of Khalid Ahmed, who was struck for a boundary in the previous delivery, but in the next ball he get his man. A nice comeback from this tall right arm seamer as he is up against Lister, coming over the wicket with a slip in place.
Very interested to see how Lister goes about things, but that's another successful over bowled by Bangladesh and Khalid Ahmed back into the attack and amongst the wickets after 26. New Zealand A 85 for 9.
Yeah, thank you. Khaled, ওদিকে থাকবা একটু। নাইম, কই দাঁড়াইছো?
This told you the story, Shanur. New Zealand losing wickets at regular intervals and often losing wickets in clusters has been the biggest reason of downfall so far in this innings for them. Mossadegh to continue. Foxcroft 15 of 23. Lister just came in.
Shoykot conceded just one run in his first over, maintaining a very good channel, especially against Dean Foxcroft.
Came down the track. Mossadegh Hossain saw him and bowled that way outside the leg stump, but still managed to get some pad on that one. A wily old customer, Mossadegh Shoykot, waits till the last moment and observes the foot movement of the batter.
And exposes number 11, the last batter, Lister, known for his bowling. Will be interesting to see how he goes about things in these conditions. And immediately you see Foxcroft having a word with Lister, just telling him how to bat the last two deliveries perhaps. We're seeing a slip in place, but pretty much a spread out field for number 11, Lister. Well, speaking of spread out field, now it is changing. Deep third coming into third. And Lister deals with his first delivery quite well. Has one more delivery left, and immediately those fielders go back. They want him to take the single.
Just a run from this over. 86 for 9 after 27. 86 for 9 after 27, New Zealand A. It's been a struggle for them ever since skipper opted to bat first for them. Lost wickets at regular intervals. The fast bowlers doing the job up front, and then left arm spinner Tanveer Islam joining the party. As Bangladesh is looking to bundle out New Zealand A below 100. They are 86 for 9. New Zealand, on the other hand, riding on Foxcroft, will be eyeing to post over 100 now. But for that, they need to survive such deliveries.
You can see Foxcroft is planted, waiting to play on the back foot. And that's mainly because Khalid has been bowling back over length, but this time he bowls it a bit fuller, flummoxes Foxcroft.
I just rooted in the crease, hardly any feet movement. And use of the feet. We've seen Lennox using his feet against Khalid Ahmed to get a boundary. And now Foxcroft also trying to unsettle the rhythm of Khalid.
Yes, as the people watch, and speaking of foxing or outfoxing each other, that's a game that's going on between the batter and the bowler. The batter coming down the track because he was expecting a fuller length ball. Khalid has bowled two foolish deliveries. Now Foxcroft must be waiting for that back of a length delivery. Khalid likes to hit it onto the deck hard. He's still getting movement off the surface.
Slower delivery. Plays that nicely. Mid-on was inside the circle and he cleared that quite comfortably.
Brilliant shot. And you can see he's trying his variations, this Khalid Ahmed. Still no short delivery. Bowling it fuller and slower. Perhaps trying to beat the batter with a change of pace. It didn't work on this occasion. Not really a strength of Khalid's. He's more of a hit the deck bowler. Gets movement by doing that.
Straight to the field at short fine leg. Lucky on that occasion, Khalid Ahmed. That should have been put that away for boundary again. Foxcroft will be a bit disappointed. A rare opportunity missed by him. He looked solid so far. Yes, he faced 30 deliveries for 20, but he's shown very good technique.
Technique, temperament, and application. All three. But he needs to carry on. He needs to protect the other batter, the tail-ender Lister as well. As New Zealand inch closer towards 100.
Leading edge. Just falling short of the field at cover. Closes the face of the bat a bit too early. Perhaps eyeing that gap on the onside.
Now, this was one occasion where the bowler got the better of the batter in this over. But unlucky that it doesn't go straight to a fielder. And now look, he's having a word with the non-striker Lister, is Dean Foxcroft, telling him you need to run. Fielders mostly inside the circle. There is a long on though. Perhaps that's an area that Foxcroft would want to hit the ball towards.
Nicely played. Pick that away. Goes all the way for maximum. First 6 of the innings came off the bat of Foxcroft. And with that over boundary, the over comes in 10 coming from it. 28 over gone, 96 for 9. And it's also time for the players and match officials to have a drinks break.
So far, the wickets that have gone down in this match, shorturl early on, and then Khalid Ahmed struck twice in his second over, and New Zealand all of a sudden were 3 down for not too many, and shorturl with perhaps the ball of the match so far. On this occasion, Ibadat Hussain getting a bit of luck, and then Tanvir came to the party, a bit of spin, getting a bit of luck perhaps on this occasion with this decision, but this was an absolute peach. And then Khalid Ahmed continuing his good work, and New Zealand, they are staring down the barrel. 96 for 9. New Zealand AR currently after 29 overs, as there is a change in voice, a slight change in voice, as Mazharuddin Ami is replaced by Alif Tasnim. Welcome back, Alif.
Thank you so much, Shahnoor. And it's been a brilliant display of bowling by the Bangladeshi bowlers. Tanvir comes back, induces an inside edge. Could be deadly for Lister. He survives. This could easily chop on to the stumps. Tanvir has bowled really well, 3 for 25, and his control has been impressive.
I could have chopped it on to the stumps, Lister. Outside edge, but on this occasion it's racing towards the boundary. Will be cut off in the end by Khalid Ahmed. Interesting to see how many runs they got. Just a single, getting Foxcroft back on strike. There was definitely room for more than one, but Lister opting against it. Into the 29th over we are, and New Zealand have only 1 wicket remaining. Tanvir Ahmed has taken 3. Khalid Ahmed with 3 as well. Beautifully bowled.
We've seen an edge to induce in the previous delivery when the ball took the outside edge. The skipper Nurul Hassan Chauhan is also expecting that, hence he kept a fielder, Naeem Sheikh, in that position. Goes over the top, but there is a fielder, Musabbiq Hassan Shoykot, and in the meantime they will cross over for a couple.
Foxcroft, he's the pick of the batters after the opener Rice, and he's moved on to 28 right now from 34 deliveries. New Zealand 1 short of 100. Will they get it in this delivery? Almost seemed like it was happening, but went straight to the fielder. The sky is playing a few tricks. The sun all of a sudden hidden beneath the clouds, not dark grey clouds though, the more whiter kind. So hopefully there will be no rain anytime soon, as the single is taken off the final delivery. Foxcroft keeping strike. 4 runs coming, and the 100 comes up for New Zealand A in the 29th over. After 29, it's 100 for 9. When we talk about scenic locations, Sylhet is one of the top ones as far as places in Bangladesh are concerned, and this Sylhet International Cricket Stadium is perhaps the cherry on top. You look at how good it looks here. An excellent camera work here. Pictures being brought to you by T Sports all across the globe. This is one beautiful stadium. the best one to watch cricket in Bangladesh. Bangladesh A are playing beautifully. Khaled continuing his good work. Has 3 wickets so far. The pick of the bowlers.
Moves it late, brings it back to the right-hander. And he's certainly the star of the show in this game for Bangladesh A. This is how his bowling figure looks like. 32 dots. This is incredible. From 6.1 overs, no extras, only 16 runs. And the economy rate is 2.62. This is delightful bowling.
Coming down the track, the outside edge is induced and it goes to the gap. Foxcroft getting a bit of luck his way as well. It's another boundary for him.
Once again, movement from Khalid, but this time around it was moving away from the right-hander. Dean Foxcroft used his feet, came down the pitch. It was well away from his body. Nonetheless, he induced an outside edge, but the fielder from deep third was in a squarish position. As a result, it was not possible for him to cover that amount of ground. And Foxcroft gets a streaky boundary, moves on to 33.
Now that made a good sound off the bat and will race away for another boundary. Dean Foxcroft keeps the New Zealand A wagon wheel and run wheel chugging along. Moves on to 37 from 39. He's playing a wonderful innings here.
Back-to-back boundaries. Just beats on this occasion the tall guy 𝗵𝗲 Hossain can't reach it. It was slightly shorter in length, and Foxcroft takes the full toll of it. That's boundary number 15 of this game. Back-to-back boundaries for Foxcroft. He will be in the peak of his confidence.
Now played with soft hands. We're seeing brute force and now we're seeing soft hands. We're seeing everything from Dean Foxcroft, but now he's exposed the number 11 Lister, and this will be a challenge for him against a bowler who has been the pick of the bowlers so far. It's nice to see 𝗵𝗲 Hossain and Shoriful Islam on this occasion giving Khalid Ahmed some advice. So mid-off, mid-on, cover point, and also a gully in position inside the circle along with the slip. Deep square leg, deep backward square leg, and a deep point outside. Oh, a good delivery, but well played. Lister surviving on this occasion. That was the earlier boundary in this over. 𝗵𝗲 put on the dive, but went in vain. Struck with a lot of power there by Dean Foxcroft. Partnership building up nicely, 25 from 24. Beautifully done. Foxcroft makes sure he keeps the strike. An expensive over, 11 runs coming from it after 30. New Zealand, a Nelson, 111 for 9. Not much to write home about as far as the batting card is concerned. Plenty of ducks though. Dale Phillips, Matt Boyle, Mohammad Abbas and Nick Kelly, along with Christian Clark. 5 ducks. 𝗏𝗏 and now Dean Foxcroft, the only 2 batters who have crossed double figures. 𝗏𝗏 on 42 was dismissed, and Dean Foxcroft now just 3 runs away. Now going into an area where there is no fielder, and you can see the bowler slightly annoyed with his fielder, was expecting him to be a lot closer, wanted to give Lister the strike, but in the end Foxcroft managing to get 2 runs. That's exactly what Tanveer didn't want. These runs proving very vital for New Zealand. At one point it seemed as if they'd get way less than 100, but now they've moved on to 113 for 9. And the small crowd that has come into the stadium waiting in anticipation for the next wicket. Much better lines and lengths by Tanveer. He's taken 3 wickets. He's got 1 more over left after this. Will want to finish with 4, but it remains to be seen how he can out-fox Dean Foxcroft. An inside edge, but lucky on this occasion that no damage was done. Giving it a bit of flight and that extra turn. Keeping a bit low. That was interesting. The batter wanted to play it off the back foot, but it was just too low to really do that. Again, that puts a bit of doubt in your mind, and the next delivery is so well bowled by Tanveer. Almost aimed towards the stumps, making the batter once again go on to his back foot. And this time, luckily for Foxcroft, the ball bounced just enough so that he got a bit of bat on it, and it didn't go on to the stumps even after hitting the bat. Now, this could have been an opportunity for a run out. Ibadat, he was definitely the man who should have hit it straight at the keeper's end. In the end, it's a run to end the over after 31, 114 for 9 New Zealand 8. Well, the final ball was a dramatic one. Went straight to Ibadat, and instead of throwing it towards the keeper, threw it towards the bowler's end. And Tanveer, he wasn't happy with the fielding effort, wanted it to be a lot faster. As Foxcroft, he's equaled Rice's score, who also scored 42 before being dismissed. And now Ibadat, he's back into the attack. Will be interesting how he goes about things. He's taken 1 wicket at the cost of 21 runs. Partnership moving on to 29 for the final wicket of 32 deliveries. One of the biggest partnerships in this innings, the 10th wicket partnership. Bangladesh will probably have to chase a bit more than they would have initially thought they'd have to get. Cut away Beautifully, wonderfully done. It's gone all the way for a maximum. Dean Foxcroft. Look at that, using the pace and the extra bounce, guiding it towards deep third. Went straight towards that dugout. Dean Foxcroft, 2 runs away from his half century. Will be the first of this match. If he can get those 2 runs. Again, a quick single taken, but now Foxcroft, in doing so, has left Lister with 3 deliveries to face. Dean Foxcroft immediately going towards the striker's end. Ben Lister telling him something about how to go about things. Ibadatto looking for his 2nd wicket. Got some advice from Mosaddeq Hossain Shoykot. Now there seems to be some sort of an issue with Foxcroft, it seems. He's been batting for a while now. Perhaps suffering a bit of cramps. Conditions not easy. Needing fluids to just hydrate himself. Mind you, this is not a drinks break, but players trying to hydrate themselves as many times as possible because the conditions are tough. It is hot outside. You're watching New Zealand A Tour of Bangladesh 2025. The first of 3 one-day matches live here on T Sports. Bangladesh A in a strong position despite the final wicket partnership. It's been a great start by the Tigers, but the Black Caps, they've fought back, starting to show their class. And perhaps as the tour progresses, we'll see much better performances from the batters and the bowlers. The bowling is yet to be seen. But Ben Lister should be an exciting name in the list of bowlers for New Zealand A. Looks like he's good to go. All set after that short hydration break. I'm not going to call it a drinks break because it wasn't an official drinks break. He just needed some water and some hydration, badly cramping up. Now this break, will it work in Bangladesh A's favor? Remains to be seen. Ibadat Hossain, he's taken 1 wicket already. Has a wideish first slip in place for Lister. Now, this gives the 2 batters an opportunity to go for the run, but they decide against it. Shorturl doing the mopping up quite well, fielding at mid-on. Shamim Hussain, the one with the direct hit. You see it fielding at point. Usually the team's best fielders do that. Right then, 2 more deliveries left in this over. The appeal, but definitely going down leg. Umpire 𝘂𝐶𝐵 Sohail making sure that he got that decision spot on. As you can see, yes, pitching outside leg and going down quite a bit. Ibadat Hussain with a strong appeal, but he also knew perhaps that it was about to miss. He's got one delivery left in this over. Can he get the wicket of Lister, who is on 2 from 8 deliveries? Well played, Ben Lister. Will come back for the second and will survive this over. So after 32, New Zealand A are 123 for 9.
Khalid Ahmed seems to be in some sort of pain. Perhaps hurt his fingers. Or maybe the ankle. He's limping a bit. Hopefully he gets okay. He's getting off the field now. Not a good sign, Shanu. Not a good sign at all.
Yeah, not great signs for Bangladesh A, but welcome back once again, Mazhar, and hopefully it's nothing too serious for him. The good sign is that he is walking off by himself. There we can see. Perhaps this is when it happened. Yes. Look at the effort he put in. His knee sort of got stuck in as well.
The last wicket partnership is now 38 runs. These are valuable runs, Shanu. At one point, we never thought New Zealand A would go past 100 mark. They are now 123 for 9. And Foxcroft on 48. Came off the arm. Will get a single. He reaches to 49.
He's been a shining light in a rather bleak looking batting card for New Zealand A. Dane Foxcroft edging closer towards a much deserved half century, just 1 run away from it now. In fact, he didn't take a run on that occasion. Juicy full toss, dealt with, takes the single, looks for the second and gets to it. Gets his half century. Dean Foxcroft, take a bow.
A well-made 50. It came off a very crucial situation as New Zealand A were struggling badly. Foxcroft came in and showed great character and resilience for his side. He would feel the job is not yet done. 50 of 53 deliveries, 2 sixes, 5 boundaries with a strike rate of 94. Would you believe it? In this sort of situation, he's batting over 90 strike rate. Cuts that away nicely. Finds the gap. Will get the boundary. Foxcroft now holds the key for New Zealand, and they're now inching towards somewhere near maybe 150, Shanu.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to be much more pleased with the score that they eventually manage. And who knows, on this sort of a surface where the ball is doing a bit for the bowlers, it's swinging a bit, there's sharp turn, 150, could it be a competitive score? Who knows?
Goes for that big one, clears the long on boundary quite comfortably. Foxcroft decided to take on Tanveer Islam, and these are crucial runs for New Zealand A.
Moves on to 60 from 55. He got to the pitch of the ball and just muscled it. We spoke about his power. You said earlier that in his domestic T20 tournament, he was the player of the tournament. And he's showing his skills.
Nicely played, waited for the turn and finds the gap, goes past the fielder at cover. Won't reach the fence. Shamim Hussain does a bit of footwork that allowed Foxcroft to take a single and take the strike as well for the next over. 13 coming from it, a good one for New Zealand. A bit of drizzle going on, Shanur. We really hope rain stays away.
Yeah, and hopefully it's just a passing shower if it does come. New Zealand fighting back and fighting back hard here, trying to post a decent total. This Lister and Foxcroft partnership blossoming beautifully for the visitors, and now Mosaddek Hossain Shoykot back into the attack. Can he get the breakthrough?
And eyeing that gap towards mid-off and cover. Shoriful does well, but can't stop the couple. Foxcroft takes the strike again. Mosaddek Shoykot trying to dart in, bowling a lot quicker to Foxcroft.
Yeah, not a bad ploy. Foxcroft having to almost squeeze it out, but a very good effort by Ibadat. And we've seen one of the bowlers, fast bowlers, Khalid Ahmed. He's dealing with some sort of an issue due to an exemplary fielding effort.
Slow this time around, Mosaddek. Foxcroft won't take a single. He's someone who wants to take the strike, score as many runs as he can.
Smart batting so far. You can see the intentions are clear. With the packed offside field inside the circle, he's looking to access that offside gap outside the inner circle. Played over the top, and partnership right now over 50, 53 from 46.
Goes for the big heave again. Ran the first one hard, looking for the second, goes for it, and makes it quite comfortably in the end. He moves to 65 now of just 60 deliveries. New Zealand 140 for 9, and someone like Foxcroft is batting over 100 strike rate.
He's showing that you can bat well in this pitch, so that will give the Bangladesh A batter some confidence.
Lister will take the strike of the last delivery of Mosaddek Hossain. What should be his ploy now?
He's got one ball. He's just got to survive. Has survived so far.
Oh yes,
Does well. End of the over. 5 coming from it. New Zealand A 141 for 9. Only 2 batters managed to go past the double-digit mark. Rice Mariu scoring 42 and Dean Foxcroft unbeaten on 66 of 61 deliveries. None of the batters were able to go past that single digit. And losing wickets in clusters has been the biggest reason for downfall of this New Zealand A innings. Match referee Niyamur Rashid Rahul in action. Former Bangladesh all-rounder. Used to be a seaming all-rounder, Shanu.
And now we're seeing his all-round application with Bangladesh Cricket as a match referee as well. But what an innings by Foxcroft so far. The crowd, which has come to watch this match, are probably entertained by his shot making as well, although it's coming from the opposition. And Nurul Hasan, you can see a bit of worry in his face, a bit of a furrowed brow. And why wouldn't it be? This partnership is being quite a menace for Bangladesh, eh?
Eyeing for that block hole. This last wicket partnership is turning out to be frustrating for Nurul Hasan Sohan and Bangladesh A. The way they started off the innings, picking up wickets at regular intervals. But in the end, the final wicket partnership providing goods for the New Zealand A side. They are now heading towards 150, 141 for 9. At one point, Shanu, as I mentioned earlier, 100 seems to be very difficult for them. What a shot! Came right from the meaty part of the bat onto the green bank stand. What a shot!
You had the policeman taking cover underneath the tree, and yeah, pure muscle, brute force there by Foxcroft. And as a captain, you must be wondering, how do I break this partnership? And an other issue for Nurul Hasan is that Khalid Ahmed, he's not on the field. He had plenty of overs left to bowl. So he's a bowler down as well, and Khalid has been arguably the pick of the bowlers.
Goes for that pull again. This time finds that outside edge as Bangladesh wrap things up, bundling out New Zealand A for 147. And the man on screen does really well to get New Zealand to get that target total of 146, and Bangladesh will be chasing the target of 147. And a well-made innings finally comes to an end as Ibadat Hossain takes the final wicket.
Heavy roll, 5 minutes.
Well, finally a length ball doing the trick. Foxcroft wanting to play it over the top, just like he bunted the last delivery for 6. But yes, Nurul Hasan, he was in better spirits earlier on in the match. Now you can see he's slightly irate with what has gone on in the last 6-7 overs with this final wicket partnership. But still, plenty of smiles in that Bangladesh A team. And they will be confident of chasing the runs down.
A very good performance with the ball from the Bangladesh A side. After New Zealand opted to bat first, Nurul Hasan Sohan has been tremendous behind the stump as well as leading the troop. And that's the final wicket of Foxcroft. Tried to pull that one, came big on him. Came a lot quicker and got that extra bit of bounce and getting that outside edge. A bit of appreciation as well. Good gesture from Khalid Ibadat Hossain, beg your pardon.
Yeah, and you can see the sun now not really shining. And New Zealand's batting card was gloomy up front. Apart from Rice Mario, Dale Phillips, Matt Boyle, Mohammad Abbas, Nick Kelly, all going for ducks. Josh Clarkson, Mitch Hay, they got starts but couldn't convert. And then you saw another duck from Christian Clark. But Dean Foxcroft with 72, the pick of the batters, taking New Zealand A to 147 for 10. We're going to go down in the middle where Alif Tasnim is ready for a player interview.
খালেদ দুর্দান্ত বোলিং করেছেন, শুরু থেকেই বেশ কন্ট্রোল ছিলেন, বল সুইং করাচ্ছিলেন। আসলে বোলিং করতে নামার আগে প্ল্যানটা কি ছিল?
প্রথমেই বলবো যে আলহামদুলিল্লাহ, বাট আমাদের নামার সময় প্ল্যান ছিল যে আমরা যাতে যত বেশি ইকোনমিক্যাল থাকি, রান কন্টেন্ট করি, ওর বল বাই বল করবো, স্টাম্প টু স্টাম্প বল করবো, এইগুলাই ছিল আর কি প্ল্যান।
রাইট, শেষ উইকেটে এসে একটা বড় পার্টনারশিপ করে ফেলে, সেই সময় খানিকটা প্রেশারে পড়ে গিয়েছিল ফর দ্য ফার্স্ট টাইম বাংলাদেশ এই ম্যাচে। সেই সময় আসলে আপনাদের মাথায় কি চলছিল এবং লাস্ট উইকেটটা আসলে এত বড় একটা পার্টনারশিপ হওয়ার পিছনে কারণটা আসলে কি ছিল?
কারণটা বলতে কি, ও অনেক ভালো খেলছে, আমরা হয়তো অনেক লুজ বল করছি, এই জন্য ভালো খেলতে পারছে। বাট এটা ব্যাপার না, বাট আমার মনে হয় আরও আমাদের ফিউচারে আরও যে ম্যাচগুলো আছে ওগুলোতে আরও বেশি কন্ট্রোল হওয়া উচিত আর কি।
147 রানের লক্ষ্যমাত্রা, কি মনে হচ্ছে কতটা কঠিন হবে ব্যাটারদের জন্য?
কঠিন বলবো না, বাট আমাদের ব্যাটসম্যানরা যদি ওদের পটেনশিয়াল অনুযায়ী খেলতে পারে, ইনশাল্লাহ আমরা এটা অনেক আগে চেস করে ফেলবো ইনশাল্লাহ।
অল দ্য ভেরি বেস্ট।
থ্যাংক ইউ, থ্যাংক ইউ।
Well, New Zealand A struggled up front, especially thanks to Shorturl Islam and then the man you saw on your screen, 𝗂𝗏𝗂𝗪, taking wickets early on, making the ball talk. And at that moment, it seemed like Bangladesh A would bundle up New Zealand for a lot less than 100 runs. Tanveer came in and he also, despite being hit for a few boundaries, got in amongst the wickets. And there you see it. Another wicket falling, and this time it was 𝗂𝗑𝗏 Hussain. That was Tanveer's first one. Rice Mariu, the set batter, getting out. And then another one. Tanveer would go on to pick up 3 wickets, 2 in this over. And then Dean Foxcroft, he started off with a bang, and then Lennox gave Foxcroft a bit of support before he was dismissed. 𝗂𝗏𝗂𝗪's third wicket there. And then he decided, I have to take the game by the scruff of the neck. Played some big hits, some lusty blows, and there you saw some good timing as well. Shots all around the park against spin and pace, reached his half century, and then the final wicket, he was the one to go. 𝗂𝗑𝗪 beating him for pace. Yes, speaking of bowling, Shorturl Islam started off well, 2 wickets for 27. Side 𝗂𝗏𝗂𝗪, perhaps the pick of the bowlers, 3 wickets for 27. Hopefully, he's good to go for the rest of the series. 𝗂𝗑𝗪 Hussain, 7.3 overs, also 2 wickets. And Tanveer Islam getting 3 wickets. Mosaddeq Hossain Sherkut was economical, but went wicketless. So Bangladesh A will need 148 from 50 overs. New Zealand A will have to try and defend these runs. We'll take a short break, after which we'll be right back with the run chase. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned to T Sports. Well. Dityo innings, second innings is going to get underway, and yes, look at that. This is the New Zealand A batting card. Not a great looking picture. Apart from Rice Mariu and Dean Foxcroft, none of the batters really got off to a good start and managed to convert it. 34.3 overs. They were all out for 147. And Dean Foxcroft's innings of 72 from 64, really the difference maker there. How much of a difference will it make? As far as the bowling is concerned for Bangladesh A, this paints a pretty picture. 𝗂𝗧 Islam, Syed Khalid Ahmed. They started off brilliantly with the ball. With the new ball, they were making it talk. Took 2 wickets each initially, and then Syed Khalid Ahmed taking the third one as well in his second spell. 𝗵𝗂𝗪𝗓 coming in and picking up 2, and Tanveer Islam, the spinner, also amongst the wickets with 3 to his name, and fall of wickets regularly throughout. Apart from the final one, and this is how things started for New Zealand. Wickets early on. 𝗂𝗧, and then Khalid Ahmed picking up 2 wickets in the same over. Celebrations for him, and that was a peach of a delivery by 𝗂𝗧. Before Rice Murray, the opener, he started playing some shots, the reverse and then the sweep. But then got tangled down the leg side. Ibadat Hussain and Tanveer, the spin, coming in and doing the trick. And it was the one over where he took 2 wickets as well. That was another Jaffa. Beating the batter all ends up. Before Dean Foxcroft decided enough's enough and it's time for a change. And he was joined by Lennox at first. Before Lennox was dismissed by Khalid, and then Foxcroft went all guns blazing for the final wicket. A 50+ run partnership there as New Zealand crossed the 100-run mark. At one stage it looked like they'd be all out for much less than that. Got it close to 150. In the end, they were all out for 147 as Ibadat took the final wicket. This is the first of 3 one-day matches at the picturesque Sylhet International Cricket Stadium. And Bangladesh will need 148 runs from 300 deliveries. They've got 10 wickets in hand, Bangladesh A against New Zealand A. And New Zealand A, let's remind you all, they won the toss and decided to bat first. A decision which backfired initially, but they managed to put on a total which could prove to be a challenge if they get early wickets like Bangladesh A did. In commentary, I'm Shahnur Rabbani and I'm joined by Alif Tasneem. Alif, welcome back.
Thank you so much, Shahnur. And it's a stellar performance by the Bangladeshi fast bowlers. This is how the 11 looks like of Bangladesh and New Zealand. Nurul Hassan, the skipper, Anamul Haq Bijoy, Ibadat Hussain, Mahidul Islam Ankun, Mosaddeq Hussain Shoykot, Naeem Sheikh, Parvez Hussain Imon, Shamim Hussain, 𝗂𝗧 Islam, Sayyid Khalid Ahmed and Tanveer Islam. So the umpires, they are making their way to the middle. Ghazi Sohail and Tanveer Ahmed had a busy day since so many wickets fell in quick succession. And the Bangladeshi openers, they're also out. 2 left-handers, Mohammad Naeem Sheikh and Parvez Hussain Imon. Both of them are really talented batters and had a very good outing in the recently concluded Dhaka Premier Division Cricket League. Naeem was exquisite, as well as Parvez Imon performed brilliantly for the champion side, Abahoni Limited.
Yeah, good to see the New Zealand A team getting their spirits up. They finished on a bit of a high.
Have a look.
But Bangladesh will want to get off to a good start. A quick power play. And the match will be in the bag for the hosts. We thought it might rain, but thankfully the dark clouds have stayed away and the sun is shining as bright as ever just ahead of the Bangladesh batting innings. We saw Lister form a big partnership with Foxcroft, and he's got the ball in hand. Can get it to swing. Could trouble the batters early on using his height advantage, but that is the batting figures of Mohammad Naeem. Strike rate good, 88.63 and a high score of 175. Those are his list A stats.
Off stump. Thank you.
Two left-handers opening. And Parvez Hossain another one. Swashbuckling batter. And he's got quite a few centuries. 6 to his name so far in the list A cricket. When he generally gets a start, he's got the ability to convert it to something bigger. Two slips in place for Lister. As he gets ready for the first ball of the second innings. Played nicely into the gap at deep third. As Naeem gets off the mark.
Singling in the very first ball for Mohammad Naeem Sheikh. Had a great season in the recently concluded Dhaka Premier Division Cricket League. 11 matches, 618 runs, averaging 61.8. And the highest score was 176. And talking about Naeem Sheikh, one of the biggest criticism was about his strike rate, but he has improved that as well.
Wafted onto the offside, and that'll be the first 4 off the bat of Parvez Imon.
Wow, that was a cracking stroke from Parvez Hossain Imon. It was short and wide outside the off stump. It was asking to be hit, and Imon says thank you very much. Just crunches it through the offside and gets the first boundary for this Bangladesh A innings.
Watch the ball closely. Yes, there are 2 fielders on that offside. This time it's a much better one from the bowler, cramping the batter for room, using his extra bounce to good effect.
Good comeback from Ben Lister. He went wide off the off stump and was hit away for a boundary. Then came back nicely, bowled stump to stump, and cramped Imon up for some space. A devastating batter is Parvez Imon, one of the members of the World Cup winning under-19 Bangladesh team. Already made his international debut as well for the red and green. Has enormous potential in himself. Very strong on the onside. So if you offer a short delivery which is heading towards leg stump, he might punish those.
Beautiful. Glorious. The best of Imon right there in that shot.
One of the best things in cricket, seeing a left-hander played a delightful cover drive. What about that? Just look at that. He held his position for a while. There was a big gap through cover, and look how beautifully he exploited that. A bright start for Parvez Hossain Imon. Second boundary for him from this over.
again driven, and will get back-to-back boundaries. A hat-trick of boundaries in this over. Bangladesh A off to a flyer, 13 without loss.
Center? Center, yeah. Off stump? Off. Right him over.
So this is what transpired in the last delivery of the first over. He went in the line, but Imon was onto it, just past mid-off, and played it straight enough to beat Kelly on that occasion. So a rollicking start for Bangladesh A as well as Parvez Imon. It's 13 for none after one.
Oh, gets a hand to it, or else it was racing away towards the fence. Naeem has get a couple though. Bangladesh batting beautifully, the two openers. They're batting with a lot of intent.
Is in a good nick. Naeem Sheikh scored 176 against Brothers Union from 125 deliveries in Dhaka Premier Division Cricket League, and that was a record for the game as well, because in that game Prime Bank Cricket Club scored 422, which is the highest team total in the domestic scene as well.
Two slips in place for Naeem. Almost yorked him there.
Well bowled, pitched up and on the line as well. But it's bright and sunny here at Sylhet. The sun is popped out, and it's gonna be the real test for the New Zealand fielders to fielding under extreme heat.
Clark pulling a really tight channel here, not giving the batter much room to really free their arms and play through the covers as we saw in the first over. Oh, well bowled. You can see what he's trying to do, cramping the batter for room and then just playing it back of a length, using the extra bounce to his advantage and making sure that the batter struggles, trying to induce that false shot.
A bumper all of a sudden. Started off with a Yorker, almost a Yorker, and now a bumper. Clark is having a good over. Much better one compared to the first one. First over, in fact, the current rate is 8.18. But this is turning out to be a better over for New Zealand A.
And down the leg side, gleefully accepted by Naeem, but there is protection. And with that, 2 overs done, Bangladesh A 16 without loss.
60 number. From my end, bowler number 60 number 12, 1-2. Bowling is second over.
Oh, very nicely bowled. You can see the extra bounce doing quite a bit here for the batters, and Naim in particular struggling against it.
Absolutely a beautiful delivery. Lister made a good comeback after being hit for 13 in the first over. It's all left-handers in the middle.
And again, he seems to have found his line and length after a wayward first over. And you get the feeling there's plenty of offer on the pitch for the fast bowlers. We saw it in the first innings. The moisture helping the faster bowlers get that movement where batters really had to struggle. And then even as far as spin is concerned, we saw Tanvir getting quite a bit of a sharp turn.
No!
Especially when he gave the ball a bit of loop. Who knows? This could look like a big target if Bangladesh lose early wickets, if New Zealand A manage to take those wickets. But right now, especially the way 𝗂𝗂 𝗂𝗂 is batting, it's advantage to the hosts.
Certainly, it is. And of course, the New Zealand side would be looking for their first breakthrough.
A bit of improvisation there. In the end, wanted to play it, scoop it over the wicket-keeper's head, managing to just get it towards deep third. But you can see a few dot balls brings the pressure on the batter, and is expecting a fuller length delivery almost.
Naim was premeditated, as it looked like he had the intention of playing that shot, whatever the delivery is, but couldn't play accordingly.
Beauty. Beaten all ends up. 𝗂𝗂 𝗂𝗂. And Lister, the first over might have been expensive, but here he's showing just how good he is with the ball, and it's an exciting player. Gets it to swing. Known for his swinging ability and the extra bounce that he generates, and on this occasion 𝗂𝗎 didn't have an answer. Lucky that it didn't hit the stumps. Two slips in place. Driven beautifully. Fantabulous shot from 𝗂𝗎. Great comeback. Ends the over with another boundary. Bangladesh A 21 without loss after 3.
Fine up, square on third.
Yeah, you go.
Naim
Stay
coming
up,
down. Iman. Coming down. নাইম ভাই ওরে এই সাইড থেকে তো জানেন মনে হয় না বলো অ্যাঙ্গেলে একটু ভিতরে
Come on, boys.
Played with soft hands on this occasion by Naim. 𝗂𝗂 and Naim seem to be playing very contrasting innings.
Trying to complement each other. This was the last boundary that 𝗂𝗂 𝗂𝗎 hit straight down the ground. And the timing was so good that he didn't even have to run. 𝗂𝗂 𝗂𝗎 and Naim Sheikh have been playing with each other for a long time, and even in the last DPL.
Again, finds the gap. That long on region. He's really favoring it. He won't getting another boundary. Moves on to 20.
He's dealing in boundaries in this point in time, and this was almost a replay of the previous one. Full, straight, driven downtown, and no chance for any fielder whatsoever. He moves on to 20 from 8 only.
Come back by the bowler, but yes, they're playing very contrasting innings. 𝗵𝗡 on one end, going all guns blazing, playing his shots. Naeem on the other hand, struggling a bit with those back of length deliveries, and as we can see, showing the maker's name after playing that shot, holding the pose. Anything that is towards the stumps and towards his bodies and feet, he's driving and driving imperiously. A slip in place for 𝗵𝗡 along with a very silly cover. Played over the top. Just pure timing. One bounce, it reaches to the fence. Another glorious shot by Imon.
A delightful lofted on drive. Just look at that, how beautifully he executed. One bounce over the rope. And from the get-go, 𝗵𝗡 Imon is showing how good he is playing today.
And it's forced the captain to make some funky field setups, really. Because you've got the wicket keeper, you've got the slip. But then there is a silly mid-on almost for Imon because he's driving so well. But then you saw how he checked his drive and played it over the top, seeing that fielder. Again, this time straight to the hands of the fielder at deep square leg. Clark has the final laugh as Imon's swashbuckling innings comes to an end and Bangladesh A lose their first wicket.
The trap was set, the ball swung back in. Imon played with the swing, loft set, but only finding the fielder at deep backward square. He plays this shot so often, but this time around it's been snaffled from the edge of the boundary. And New Zealand A draw their first blood and sends back 𝗵𝗡 Hossain Imon, the batter who was in some form. Bangladesh are 30 for 1.
The new batter, 𝗚𝗏 Bijoy, in at number 3. Plenty of experience there. Over 8,000 runs, a high score of 184. Strike rate good as well, over 86. Imon, he was batting with a lot of fearlessness and gay abandon, but eventually fell to the trap, which was set by Clark, and Lister is back into the attack. Clark got the wicket in the final ball of the over. point cover, mid on mid off, square leg, a slip and a gully in place. And immediately you see a bumper by Lister. Is it too wide? No, the umpires think that it's a legal delivery, but they do signal. It's one bouncer for the over.
𝗫𝗡𝐺 is trying to be circumspect, unlike Parvez Sunimon. And Lister treats him with a short delivery. Since the first blood has been drawn, the New Zealand A bowlers would love to keep the pressure on. Oh, great shot! Once again short and wide outside the off stump. And 𝗫𝗡𝐺 says thank you very much.
Yeah, Lister is proving to be expensive here, and 𝗫𝗡𝐺 with his first boundary. We saw the big shots from Imon all along before he got dismissed, and now 𝗫𝗡𝐺 continuing in that same vein. It was there to be hit though. There was width, and yes, the fielder Mohammad Abbas fielding at point was perhaps in business. Would have been in business had he been just 2 inches to his right.
Good comeback by Lister though. This time around he bowled an in-swinger to 𝗫𝗡𝐺. But that was the first sign of aggression from this lad. Was discussing about his watchfulness. 10 from 15. And there's a slip in position as well against 𝗫𝗡𝐺.
Coming down the track, playing it over the top. Gets enough timing on it. Will race to the fence. Second 4 in the over for 𝗫𝗡𝐺.
Not from the meaty part of the willow. However, gets enough bat to clear mid-on. Does 𝗫𝗡𝐺. Got the toe part, but it had enough wings to fly over the fielder and then run all the way for the second boundary of this over. The pressure is back on the bowler now, Lister. Gave away 8 from this over.
Oh, looking for that big heave. Missing it. Bangladesh with a clear plan to take on the fast bowlers in the power play overs, because they're not chasing a big total. A quick power play where you get 70 for 1 or 70 for 2 in the first 10, and you're still well ahead. Perhaps that's what they're thinking. Current run rate 7.86. 8 runs from this over. Lister has 1 more before this over ends. Has that slip in place along with the gully. Ends very well with a Yorker. 5 overs done. Bangladesh A 38 for 1.
You just move front side, not left or right. When bowler is start on. I already informed myself also, because I saw that.
Some fans enjoying the cricket along with Bangladesh A's performance so far. It's always nice to see fans coming in to watch games. Sylhet's picturesque international venue, always a sight for sore eyes. And the way 9+ earlier on Imon batted will also be a sight for sore eyes. They batted beautifully. Driven! 𝗍𝗛𝗡 gets in on the act. Gets his first boundary through the covers.
This was picture perfect. And what a way to get off the mark for the experienced campaigner 𝗍𝗛𝗡. A delightful cover drive and pierces the offside field with ease to open the count. Bangladesh A are 42 for 1.
Slower ball, and once again it's driven, and it's another boundary. Back to back, almost a carbon copy of the first shot.
Wow. Once again a beautiful shot from 𝗍𝗛𝗡. Beats the fielder on this occasion. He dived for it, but it was quick enough to beat the dive and run all the way.
Now that's a loud appeal. Perhaps an inside edge. Saving the batter. Looked pretty close. But umpire Tanvir Ahmed deciding against the 2 wickets to have fallen, Mohammad Naeem and Faris Sinimon. Enamul and Ongkon trying to forge a partnership here for the 3rd wicket. And played with soft hands. With Bangladesh well ahead in this run chase. They'll want to milk every single out of this total as possible. Plenty of batting left. The likes of Mosaddeq Hossain Shoykot and Shamim Hossain Patwari left. And yet to come. Oh, appeal. The fielders think there's a bit of a nick, but the umpire Tanvir Ahmed, he thinks otherwise. Almost a bit of a late waft at it from Bijoy. It's that back of a length delivery that's troubling the batters at this moment. We saw how Mohammad Naeem was dismissed earlier. It was a back of length ball looping up straight to the fielder at mid-on. Played with soft hands. It's about taking these singles and keeping the strike rotating. Both very technically proficient batters, Ongkon and Enamul. When you have a target of 148, all you need is a quick start, and Bangladesh A have managed to do just that against New Zealand A. Very close to the outside edge. Very good bowling. There is something in it for the bowlers in this pitch. We've seen it time and time again. The ball beating the outside edge, beating the bat, and going straight to the keeper. We saw it from the first innings. Which is why you still see that wideish first slip in place. Three extras so far in this innings, and it's been a tidy bowling effort by New Zealand A. It's just that Bangladesh's batters, they've been batting with a lot more intent and aggression, punishing every bat delivery, waiting for it. And that's why you see that fielder there at short cover. And that ends over number 10. Bangladesh A 70 for 2. We've seen pace from both ends, but now it seems like we will be getting a change in bowling. Mohammad Abbas with the ball in hand. We'll have to bowl that again. Umpire Ghazi Sohail rightfully showing it's wide. New Zealand playing 2 fast bowlers, 2 medium pacers and 2 spinners. So they've got 6 bowling options. And this is the first time we're seeing a change in bowling. Captain Nick Kelly ringing his first change. You see that slip in place. almost the perfect Yorker. But that's a much better delivery than the first one by Abbas. Interesting field setup with a deep backward square, a deep square leg, a deep cover, and really no fielders outside the inner ring in front of square. So saying it's going to be back of a length, and that's what it is. Induced the outside edge. Bijoy almost premeditating and playing on the leg side. Perhaps a change of pace could bring about a change in fortune for the New Zealand A team. Abbas continuing. We'll have to pull that again. Left arm medium pacer. Might want to change up the angle since he's bowled two wides. Bowling over the wicket, perhaps coming around the wicket, bringing the angle back into the right-handed batter. Might bring about a difference. Driven but straight to the fielder. Going to be a long over. 8 balls, in fact, with the two wides. New Zealand A's body language is still pretty good. They're all positive, cheering the bowler on, looking for that third wicket. And almost it went to the fielder at point. In the end, it's another run added to the total. And you expect that length to be bowled by Abbas, given the field setup. They want the batters to be playing more and more on the back foot. Bangladesh, the way they're batting, seem to be in a hurry to finish this match as quickly as possible. Played nicely along the carpet. Another single added to the total. Ongkon moves on to 3. Bijoy, on the other hand, he's on 24, the joint high scorer in this Bangladesh A innings. Been amongst the runs in domestic cricket. Got a test match call-up as well recently. Played with soft hands, perhaps slightly beaten, but in the end, all's well that ends well, and over number 11 is done. It's 75 for 2.
Lennox with the ball in his hand with a slip in place. Skipper will be hoping he gives the breakthrough for New Zealand A. It's a tough ask for the bowlers when you don't have enough runs on the board. Not a big run up. Interesting.
That's his first over. Tanvir did really well in the Bangladesh innings, picked up 3 wickets. Lennox will be hoping to replicate Tanvir if possible. That's worked away straight to the fielder. You rightly mentioned a very short run up and a casual action as well from Lennox. So 3 dots on the trot. Good start for him.
Lennox is the lead spin bowler for Central Districts in first class cricket in New Zealand. Central District Stags, he made his debut. He was the leading wicket taker in 2024-25 Plunket Shield. Picked up 31 wickets. That included his maiden first class 5-wicket haul, 5 for 66 against Otago. Typical left arm spinner. Reminds me of Daniel Vettori.
The legend from New Zealand, and he was also a part of the Bangladesh national side as the spin bowling consultant. And Tanvir, who did really well in this game, always credits Vettori for his change in terms of action, run up, and he was debuted when Vettori was the bowling coach of Bangladesh, spin bowling coach to be specific. A single to complete the 12th over. Bangladesh A are 77 for 2.
Both the openers are back in the hut. Naeem Sheikh scored 18 of 20. Parvez Hussain 24 of just 12. Since then it's Enamul Haq taking the charge for Bangladesh. 26 of 30 alongside Maidul Onkon. Just came in. Can afford to take a bit of time. While Enamul Haq takes the strike. He has also been a prolific run scorer in the just concluded Dhaka Premier Division Cricket League. Played that on the up, it was in the air for a while. Finds the cap, will get a single.
And this single brings Maidul Onkon back on strike. And I was just mentioning I have the experience of playing alongside him during age level cricket. And he was the skipper of my school cricket team as well, Bill's Little Flower School and College. And he used to be an opener back in those days. Was a very fast runner, but loved to run between the wickets a lot. Young man can be a bright prospect for Bangladesh.
What about you? Used to be a bowler or a batter, Alif?
That's tickled fine. There's a fielder, but it will be no. Great piece of work. Great commitment shown by the fielder to stop the boundary, and certainly has saved a couple of runs for his side. It was on the pads. Good use of the wrist from Onkon, but just look at that fielding. Has he touched the rope with the ball in hand? No, he hasn't. Foxford has done an excellent job. Coming back to your question, Mazhar Bhai, I used to be a wicket-keeper batsman just like Onkon. Bumper from Abbas. And I used to follow him as well. But unfortunately, I couldn't be one like him and play international cricket.
Not a bad experience though, Alif. So, fielding commitment, outstanding. Look at that, full stage drive.
What's the left, sir?
Certainly saved a couple of runs for New Zealand A. Talking about Mohammad Abbas, made his international debut against Pakistan. He was born in Pakistan as well. Scored 52 of just 26 deliveries, registering a new world record as the fastest 50 on ODI in debut of just 21 deliveries earlier this year back in March. Scored a century at the age of 11 in junior cricket. Abbas, another great prospect for New Zealand.
Cricket runs in his blood as well. His father, former Pakistan fast bowler Azhar Abbas, joined Karori Cricket Club, Wellington, as the bowling coach, and after that he had to move to New Zealand in his childhood. Began playing cricket at a very young age and scored his first 100 when he was only 11 with a bat in hand. Generally a batting all-rounder, but also bowls well. A single to end the 13th. Bangladesh A are 82 for 2.
Never easy for the players from New Zealand or overseas coming in this sort of conditions in Bangladesh. It's pretty hot and humid. You need to hydrate yourself. It's pretty hot actually, Alif. Even I was there, I was sweating along. It took me minutes to sweat along. So yeah, I can feel how the players are feeling at the moment. Even the Bangladeshi players. It's a test of character for them as well. Test of their fitness. And for the players from the New Zealand's perspective, it's a great experience. It's a great learning curve for them as well. How to adapt and adjust to such conditions and perform. Lennox to continue. Oh, could have gone anywhere.
That one kept really low, and 𝗂𝗚𝗃𝗍𝗍 had no clue whatsoever. Was not ready for it. Got the inside part of the bat. Both these batters are the product of age-level cricket. 𝗂𝗚𝗃𝗍𝗍 led the Bangladesh under-19 side back in 2012 under-19 World Cup. Was also the highest run getter of that edition. Mahidul Ankon is from the batch of 18. Saif Hassan, Afif, Ankon, so many players came from that particular batch. Use of the feet from Bijoy. Just pushes it towards long off for a single.
Just going back to Lennox, he attended Napier Boys High School. Off-field, Lennox worked as a chef in a restaurant during off-season. Early in his career, now a full-time cricketer though. He still volunteers at a local food bank and occasionally gives cooking lessons as community outreach. Outstanding.
Interesting. And he doesn't look to be very honest. Looks to be a chill guy with messy hair, and looks like he's always chilled out, relaxed, not bothering about anything. But who would say he has such talent in himself? He's a professional cricket player as well as does so many things all together. Bijoy just tucks it around the corner and picks up a single to complete the 14th. 85 on the board for Bangladesh in loss of a couple of wickets.
Searching for wickets, New Zealand A. But Bangladesh A is looking very comfortable, courtesy of the two batters in the middle. Enamul reached to his 30. 𝗲𝗠𝗀𝗀𝗀 is on 6. Abbas to continue. Full toss on the pads. Easy pickings by Enamul, and he will get a boundary. Not the best of delivery to start off.
It was a gift for someone like 𝗂𝗏𝗂𝗃𝗍𝗂, and he accepts it gleefully. A low full toss, and that's been dealt with for a boundary. Moves on to 34. Not enough pace as well to intimidate the batter. He just times it beautifully and gets through the gap. Does 𝗵𝗍𝗂. Once again, that's a delightful cover drive, but we'll find the fielder in the deep. Five runs from the first two deliveries of this Abbas over.
Just going back to Abbas, he attended Marshall Laning Primary in Auckland and then King's College, Auckland, where he trained under former black cap Deepak Patel. An excellent student, Abbas balanced academy with cricket. He is also a noted student in his school. Such talent. Wide given.
So many interesting personalities in this New Zealand A side. We are seeing golf players, chef, and then some engineers as well, as far as I have known. So it's an interesting combination, and so many players who were not born in New Zealand. For example, Abbas, Ashok was there, as well as Joe Carter was born in England. Once again a dot. 𝗲𝗏𝗂𝗀𝗀𝗀 started playing cricket in his school academy, and his school is known for producing so many national cricketers. Will's Little Flower School and College. The former Bangladesh captain Khalid Mahmood Sujan is a product of that academy. The first ever centurion in ODI for Bangladesh, 𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 was also an ex-cricketer of that school. Shadman Islamonik is from the Wills team as well, and interestingly he was selected for the school cricket team when he was in class 5 only, around 12 to 13 years old. That was insane. So 𝗂𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 is also a product of that school and that academy. And you might be knowing that coach as well, Anwar Sar, is the coach for Will's Little Flower School and College cricket team for a long time, Mazhar.
Will's Little Flowers got that legacy. Even Mehrab Hossain Jr. was the product of that Will's Little Flower School. You mentioned about Mehrab Hossain, another, the first centurion, ODI centurion for Bangladesh, also from that school. Short ball down the leg side. 𝗲𝗏𝗂𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 says thank you very much. Easy pickings for him. We'll get another boundary here. Second boundary of the over.
This is an expensive over. Not a good delivery at all. Short, down the leg, and that's been dealt by Onko nicely. A boundary for him. And there were some initial jitters, some nerves. With this boundary, hopefully those will be removed and he will have a better outing in the middle. Short. He just pulls it away for a single to complete the 15th. Bangladesh AR 96 for 2.
Bangladesh innings so far, Parvez Hussain Imon and Naeem Sheikh gave that solid start for Bangladesh in chase of a small target of 148. Played some shots on the up before Parvez Hussain Imon makes his way to the dressing room, and then Naeem Sheikh also tried to play his strokes, and Amol Haq Bijoy played some glorious drive. And that was the full toss off the pad, easily picked up, and Maidul Ankon also scoring that boundary. Back live. 96 for 2 after 15, Bangladesh A. And New Zealand A will be hoping to break this partnership. Lennox to continue.
The chef should make some plan for cooking a breakthrough that his team needs very badly in this point in time. He's done well this far, 6 runs only. He's into his 3rd over. Once again, an easy single for Bijoy. So when this situation comes, the team is not getting the desired breakthrough. How does the captain should think like? He needs to think something out of the box or something that no one else is thinking. What can be those thoughts, Mazhar bhai?
To be honest, it's difficult. When you don't have enough runs on the board and the surface, it's looking really good. So there's hardly anything for the bowlers. And there's no pressure for the batters, so no scoreboard pressure. So the batters won't take that risk. As a captain, you just only hope that the batters make some mistake. Other than that, it's really difficult. It's a tough ask for the bowlers, and also a captain, you can't do anything hardly if there's anything in the surface, or even the batters are not trying anything different. So yeah, the one thing that they can do is to dry up the singles, which is also not possible at the moment because 2 of the batters are well set now. But yeah, they can take some lessons from this match, and in the coming days they can implement those. Batting will be the main area of focus for New Zealand. They need to put up some runs on the board. They lost too many wickets up front and also lost wicket in clusters.
It's an up for New Zealand, in fact Bangladesh, I beg your pardon. And the skipper is having the word with the bowler. Perhaps just fine-tuning the field placement. The long off comes inside the circle against Ongkon, since a single has been picked up, changed in the field position. A back-foot punch. A dot to end the 16th. Bangladesh A are 100 for 2.
Yes, yeah, you've got to bowl some up and some down.
48 runs needed from 204 deliveries should not be a daunting task for Bangladesh A. And they haven't lost much of wickets as well. Hence, they should chase it down very easily. But it's not the test for the batters when they're not chasing a big total in this kind of games where you actually prepare yourself for international cricket. It becomes so easy for the batters when they're not going through a tough test.
Off spinner comes into the attack. Foxcroft had a great time with the bat early on, but now his captain will be hoping he gives the breakthrough for New Zealand A. At times when you have a good time with the bat, captains tends to think he might bring that luck with the ball as well. As the skipper of New Zealand A must be hoping Foxcroft to pick up a wicket here.
Oh, Foxy, straight on it, boy.
Nick Kelly, the skipper, is trying out all the options that he has in his armory. And the last inclusion is Foxcroft.
Oh, Foxy.
So back-to-back tops for Ongkun. He's struggling against the spinner,
Skills, Foxy.
trying to find out runs, but playing too many dot deliveries. He can afford playing dot deliveries because Bangladesh have so many overs left to overhaul the total.
Foxy.
That's been posted by New Zealand A.
So good boy.
But in a 50-over game, 14 from 24 is not an ideal score. Ongkun needs to shift the gear in this point in time.
Nice, lads.
A bit of turn. So as I mentioned in my pitch report, there will be a bit of turn in the second half of the innings. But since there's hardly any scoreboard pressure, the Bangladeshi batters can afford to take some time. They can use their feet as well and wait for it till the last moment. Rock on the back foot and take a single like that. End of another over. 1 or 2 for 2 after 17.
Yeah, it's alright. Oh, Foxy, great start, boy. Lino.
The partnership is now 49 of 66 balls. One shy of the 50-run partnership between these two batters, 𝗬𝗠𝗠𝗏 and 𝗚𝗏𝗂𝗃𝗍𝗏. As I mentioned earlier, if it's a great opportunity for someone like 𝗚𝗏𝗂𝗃, who's made a comeback to the test side, has been a prolific run getter in the Dhaka Premier Division Cricket League, even in the national cricket leagues as well. Experienced campaigner, is out of the national setup for a while. So this New Zealand series, New Zealand A series, will be a great platform for him to showcase his worth again, to make a comeback in the white ball formats as well for Bangladesh.
Absolutely. And he's always consistent in the domestic circuit, scores a lot of runs, scores centuries, 50s. So he needs to convert that performance in international cricket too. And platforms like these will certainly help him to adjust with the level of the international cricket, and the transition will be smoother if he can perform well. Lennox has been impressive. Kept things really tight for the Bangladesh A batters, hardly offering any room whatsoever. And Ongkun is struggling, playing too many dot balls against the spinners. He can play that. He can afford that luxury since Bangladesh is not chasing a mammoth total. This is very good stuff from Lennox. 4 dots on the trot. He's giving a real tough time to Ongkun.
Change of field now. Fielder at deep square leg comes in. There's a fielder at short mid wicket in the catching position as well. Juicy flighted delivery, enticing the batsman to come forward and play that shot over mid-off.
The jitters, the pressure that's been created on Ongkun, perhaps due to that pressure, he didn't use his feet and come down the pitch. This can turn into be a maiden. He goes after the bowler. That's flying a long way for 6. A lovely shot to complete the over, and this spoils it all. This could be a maiden over, but Ongkun hits a 6 down the ground.
It's Foxy.
last ball of the previous over. 𝗵𝗚-𝗠𝐼 struck a brilliant 6 over long off. As I mentioned earlier, the bowler was trying to give that loop and flight to the batter, asking him to play that shot, and the batter obliged it. The bowler won't mind though, he was trying to do that. New over again, Foxcroft continue. 𝗚𝗚-𝗃𝗃𝗍𝗂 goes for that slog sweep, top edge, fielder at fine leg, completes a good catch in the end. And Foxcroft strikes for New Zealand A. And he picked up the big wicket of 𝗚𝗚.
The much needed breakthrough for New Zealand A. They were literally striving for the wicket, and they've got the big fish, 𝗚𝗚-𝗃𝗃𝗍𝗂, who was going in great guns. Attempted to play a slog sweep, induced a top edge which went straight up, and the fielder completed a brilliant catch to send back the set batter. It ballooned up straight in the sky, and Clark was the fielder who took a good catch. Enamul departs scoring 38. Bangladesh A at 3 down. It's 108 for 3.
The wicket New Zealand A were looking for, and Foxcroft gives that breakthrough. 𝗚𝗚-𝗃𝗃𝗍𝗂 will be disappointed. He just threw it away. He got the start. He needed to finish this off. But eventually was dismissed while trying to play that slog sweep. Getting that leading edge. The idea was to play that over the fielder of deep square leg or maybe deep mid wicket. And only managed to get that top edge. New man in for Bangladesh is the skipper. Nurul Hassan Chauhan has a good day behind the stumps and also leading Bangladesh A. And at the moment his team would want him to stay there till the end and finish the game for Bangladesh A.
Has a very bright list career. Chauhan would love to finish things off, since not much runs left for Bangladesh A to overhaul the total that's been posted. Moves across, does Chauhan straight away. He's a tall lad and pulls the short deliveries against the fast bowlers really well. Can bat in long handle.
Nicely bowled. Bangladesh cricket is going through a busy schedule, Alif. The emerging team will play against South Africa. They'll play 3-match one-day series and 2 4-day matches. The A team will play 3-match one-day series and also 2 4-day matches. The Bangladesh under-19 team is busy playing in Sri Lanka. The women's cricket team, also the emerging team, is busy playing against the South Africa emerging team. A lot of cricket is being played, and Bangladesh team, national team, is also set to play against the UAE. So yeah, they've got a lot of cricket and an opportunity to bring out so many players for the national setup as well.
Perhaps the busiest month of the year for Bangladesh cricket, and later on they will also play against Pakistan. The T20I series is also coming up, hence opportunity for the young players, the experienced campaigners, for everyone out there. Well, there's a short leg, interestingly, for Chauhan, so they're targeting that new batter who just has arrived into the middle.
Applying the pressure to the new man in. Proactive captaincy from the New Zealand skipper, bringing in that short leg fielder. 𝗂𝗚 𝗏𝗀 just came to the crease, so yeah, pressure will be on him.
He cuts it, but finds the man inside the ring. That completes a successful over for New Zealand A. A wicket maiden for Foxcroft. It's 108 for 3 Bangladesh A.
Bangladesh A need 40 more runs to win the first one day of the 3-match series here at the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium. New Zealand opted to bat first and were bundled out for 147. Lennox to continue. It's been a good start for Bangladesh A. New Zealand, on the other hand, will be looking to improve their batting in the coming days. He waited for ages, it seems like, Maidulongkon.
Yes, and Lennox took the pace off on that occasion as well. And there was some turn on offer. But Ongkon has been steady throughout his innings. Apart from that 6, haven't seen to be aggressive and take the charge on the bowlers. So 9 dots in the trot for Bangladesh A. The score remains 108 and the batters are finding it difficult to score runs. This dot makes it 10. Speaking about the hot and humid condition, the players from New Zealand, they don't often play under this much heat. What can be the process to adapt with the condition within a very short period of time and to play a 50-over game?
Recovery is the key. In such conditions, players tend to recover well, need to drink a lot of water, and also those cold water shower and all is helpful. Huge shout was probably moving down the leg side. A bit too animated this time, Lennox. End of the over, 108 for 3.
Captain, 9 minutes behind. 9 minutes. How? Yeah. We just bowled like 9 rapid overs. What are these time limits?
The one like this?
It's not 30, mate. They were like 15.
The one like this? Off.
Last ball of the previous over. A huge shout from Lennox. But yeah, it's drifting down the leg side. You can see all the 3 stumps from here.
That was going miles down the leg. That's 6.
Love that, lads. Love that, lads. Few dotties, eh? Love that, Foxy. What a cop out, lads. Love that, lads. Few dotties, eh? Few dotties.
Aggression from 𝗂𝗚 𝗏𝗀, and it went all the way for maximum. He took on the fielder deep mid wicket. He knew there was a fielder there, but with the spin he just went for it. Great execution in the end by the skipper.
So it's the captain who decides to break the shackles. Too many dot deliveries one after another, but this one goes all the way. So it's a common tendency of 𝗂𝗚 𝗏𝗀 that he moves across. Even when the bowler hasn't delivered the ball, he moves across and comes out of the off stump. Why does he do that, Nazar Bhai? What do you reckon? What can be the ploy? Once again, he pulls it. There is a fielder. And he does really well to stop the boundary. certainly has saved 2 runs for his side.
He's a busy cricketer, Nurul Hasan Chauhan. Likes to move his feet quite often. He's developed that strategy from his childhood. It's natural instinct for him. He's someone who likes to move around, use his feet pretty often. And at times it allows the batter to wait and see the ball till the last moment, or maybe going to the pitch of the delivery the way he wants. Each player has their different sort of technique and also their comfort zone. For Nurul, I really feel that it suits him. Cricket delivery this time. We'll get a single.
So this is turning into be an expensive over for Bangladesh A. Already 9 runs from it. The set batter Mahidul Ankon is back on strike. And interestingly, the short leg fielder remains in his position. Use of the feet, takes a single and completes the over. It's 118 for 3. So Bangladesh A need 30 runs from 174 deliveries. And it's my pleasure to welcome Shahnoor Rabbani to the Combox. Welcome, Shahnoor. I hope you had a good lunch.
Fantastic lunch. And it's been a very good batting effort and bowling effort by the Bangladesh A team so far in this match. Once again, coming down the track, bisects the 2 fielders, lands safely. Didn't really middle it there, Ankon, but we'll get a couple nonetheless.
Ankon has been struggling from the word go. Even when he hit the 6, that wasn't even from the meatiest part of the willow. Got the edge of the bat on this occasion as well. He's taking time, he's playing dot deliveries to find runs, but the struggle continues.
Yeah, you mentioned that, but on the contrary, we have to say that he's still in the crease. He's not thrown his wicket away. Perhaps rode his luck as well. And sometimes you just have to play these sort of gritty knocks and get the runs. Again, showing usage of his feet. And the thing about Ankon is that he's a technically sound player. So even when he's not really middling it, it's not easy to get him out. And New Zealand, they have been trying various ploys to get these batters out. We saw how the 2 openers fell to the trap in trying to play too many shots. Ankon hasn't done that.
Oh, it's lovely, mate. Really good, Lynn.
But I was surprised seeing him at number 4 because he's known as a finisher who can hit the ball really hard at the end of the innings. But he was sent at number 4 today. He held the innings for a long time and formed a good partnership as well with Enamul Haq Bijoy, who also played a good knock for Bangladesh. So it's a collective effort from the batters. No standout performer in this game from the batting side.
Oh, lads. There's 2 modes.
And the thing about this team, this Bangladesh A team, you know, it's got so much experience that you want to see these players really showcase that. The fact that they're in the national team, they've been around for a while now. They need to show that in their application. And so far they've really done that for the most part. Another over done after 22. Bangladesh A are 121 for 3.
sore, a bit bruised, but I'll be fine.
3 wickets to have fallen so far. 𝗃𝗫𝗂𝗃 the first, and then 𝗃𝗃 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 and 𝗃𝗵𝗃 the 3. 18, 24 and 38. It's a progressive looking batting scorecard, which with each batter scoring more and more runs for New Zealand A, they can take a few positives from this, especially the batting of Foxcroft, and just get themselves used to these conditions. You get the feeling they have a lot of talent and potential to really win a game or two.
Oh, nice Foxy.
A single to begin this over from Ongkon. It's 122 for 3. Not much to talk about the bowling of New Zealand, not much of a success from their bowlers as well. Yes, wickets came, but in most of the occasions, the Bangladeshi batters, they made mistakes and gifted the wickets away.
Yeah, at the same time, ploy also worked as far as the New Zealand bowlers are concerned. They bowled according to certain field setups, and you can see even here, it's not really a defensive field. There's a slip, there's a forward short leg. Maybe try and get a silly point, a bat pad in. Making room, finding the gap, thinking about the second, but again, it's very well fielded.
The fielding has been amazing from the New Zealand A. Their commitment was great. They saved so many runs through the diving efforts. The fielders did so well at the edge of the boundary to save runs. This has been the best thing from all 3 departments for New Zealand A.
Yeah, we're used to that. We're used to seeing New Zealand being a very good fielding outfit. They're just one of those teams that love doing the basics very well. Follows a process. Misses out on a full toss on this occasion, Ongkon. As you mentioned, that he's not in the best of nick, but luckily for him, not many runs needed, and he can afford to take his sweet time, just get himself set.
Certainly, he has that luxury of playing dots and take the time, just looking around the field. Once again, a little change. Now the short leg has gone back.
I'd say that's a silly square leg and a silly cover point, given how close they are. 2 runs off this over. Bangladesh A are 123 for 3.
We are talking about that.
So, Christian Clark and Dean Foxcroft, the only bowlers to have taken wickets. Ben Lister proved a bit expensive, especially against the likes of Eamon earlier on in the innings. Mohammad Abbas also proving to be a bit expensive, but they've got more options. We saw at the toss how the captain Clark, he spoke about the 6 bowling options that they have. They'd like to perhaps change things up a bit more. And I'm sure as this tour progresses for New Zealand A, they will use up all of their resources, test out all their players, and it'll be a great experience, a fantastic learning experience for them. We know that the upcoming T20 World Cup is in the subcontinent. Now, while this isn't T20 cricket, all the experience you can get playing in these conditions will put these players in good stead.
Absolutely, experience does matter, and especially in the matches of A team, HP, or emerging side. Doesn't really matter whether you are winning the series or whitewashing your opponent. What matters is finding out the players who can serve the national side, who are used to with the conditions. When New Zealand will have the Bangladesh tour, they will certainly look for players who played in Bangladesh and did well in these conditions. That's a great shot, straight down the ground. Is it over the top? It is. The confirmation comes from Tanveer Ahmed, and that's 6 number 2 from Mahidul Islam Onkon.
Beautiful looking shot. Just stand and deliver. Over the top of the bowler's head. And he got all of it. Seeing that mid-on is inside the circle, he needed no second invitation to put it over and out of the park. Beautifully bowled. Great comeback by Lennox. Unlucky that the wicketkeeper spilt it. I wonder if there was an edge there as well.
He's completely bamboozled seeing that, and that was almost a Jaffa. Pitched in line, steep bounce, and good amount of turn as well. The eyes of Onkon were looking totally surprised. Gets a single though. And Bangladesh are inching closer to the total they are chasing.
Alifi looks a really good prospect as Lennox, because New Zealand, we know they've got a lineage of left arm off spinners from Dan Vettori to now Mitch Santner, and now we see Lennox, not the youngest perhaps, but bowling with a lot of guile and wit, getting the ball to loop up in the air, giving it good turn. Will be more than a handful in such subcontinental conditions in the future.
So this dot ends the 24th over. Bangladesh are 113 for 3. 131 for 3, I beg your pardon.
Foxy. Same, please. Get in here, Foxy. Yeah. I was no. Yeah. Go a touch further. Yeah, just a little bit of. Yes, Jen. A little bit more, please. I like 2 up. It's Foxy.
Use of the feet just beats the fielder at that silly mid-on region and gets a single. Now, something interesting just came up, and you look at the number of wicketkeeper batters Bangladesh have in their pipeline. Obviously, we know about the T20 captain, Liton Das, but then you have Nurul Hassan, Zakir Ali Onik, Mahidul Islam. They're both batting together right now, Nurul and Mahidul. Akbar Ali and Zakir Hassan. And yes, why not? Bijoy as well. And Amulhaq Bijoy can keep wickets. So it's good to see that Bangladesh are producing so many wicketkeeper batters.
Certainly, it's a positive sign for Bangladesh cricket. At the same time, the most experienced wicketkeeper batter in the history of Bangladesh, Mushfiqur Rahim, said goodbye to ODI cricket. So a vacuum has been created, and if they can take it positively and have a healthy competition among all, then certainly the benefit would be in the pocket of Bangladesh cricket.
Again, There is a fielder there, goes over his head. Ongkun gets another maximum, his third six of the innings.
Well, that was a wrist of steel from Mahidul Ongkun. He used his feet, came down the pitch and just thumped it over long on and made the fielder a spectator who just watched it sail over his head for a six. We were criticizing for his too many dots. Perhaps he's heard us. That's straight to the fielder. No chance of a run. He's moved to 40 now, accelerating the innings.
And all of a sudden, those numbers don't look too bleak for Ongkun. Yes, he is showing acceleration when it's needed. Again, watching it till the very end, playing it with soft hands. After 25, Bangladesh A are 139 for 3.
So this is how the bowling card looks like. 5 bowlers have been used. Christian Clark has been the pick of the bowlers for New Zealand A. 30 runs from his 5 overs and a couple of wickets under his belt. Ben Lister has been the most expensive one. 40 runs conceded from his 5. So the spinners are in the operation right now. Chauhan once again blocks it. We have seen the deliveries from Lennox to get low.
Again, as you were saying, another delivery that creeps slightly low. And it's one of those pitches where you feel that 250 would have been a match-winning score.
And due to the height, we're seeing Chauhan to get down on so many occasions since he's a tall guy. This can be difficult for him to face the spinners who can keep the ball really low. And there are some of the spinners who can do it deliberately to trouble the batters. So a question for you, Shahanur, that who could be the player of the match if Bangladesh wins it?
My money's on Khalid. He set the tone really early on in the innings. I'd have to say that Khalid Ahmed would be head and shoulders above the rest. As far as the batting is concerned, it's been a team effort. Naeem Sheikh with 18, Imon with 25, or 24, beg your pardon, Enamul with 38, and now Ongkun with 40. Everybody's gotten starts.
But wasn't that Shoriful who drew the first blood for Bangladesh A? And then Khalid carried on from that position.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And Khalid took wickets in his second spell as well. Maybe would have had more had it not been for the foot issue that he later faced. And we'll definitely, if he is the player of the match, we'll have a word with him. 26 done. It's 140 for 3.
So a good looking batting courage for Bangladesh. Collective effort from all the batters. 24 from the willow of Parvez Imon, who batted with a rate of 200. Bijoy and Ongkun played relatively slower. That's beautifully driven, but fine. We'll find the fielder. Lister was there, and he was agile enough to prevent that couple. So Bangladesh are 7 runs away from the triumph in the first ODI of New Zealand A tour of Bangladesh.
Oh, Foxy, nice boy.
Some turn on offer. No hurry for Ongkon as well.
Oh, Dale, lovely hands.
So this is why the short leg fielder has been stationed in that position.
Nice, Foxy.
This one kept a little quicker from Foxcroft. He was excellent with the bat in hand. And for his batting prowess, New Zealand A was able to score 147.
Oh!
Chauhan just gets it through the cap. Will it reach the fence? No, once again, great piece of work from the fielder. The fielding has been exemplary for New Zealand A, and all the fielders were so committed for the sake of their team. Slightly shorter, Chauhan just backed away and played it nicely through the gap. Abbas was the fielder. So Bangladesh are 3 runs away. In fact, 4 runs away. I beg your pardon. After 27, it's 144 for 3.
Coming here, Leno.
So Bangladesh need 4 runs from 138 balls, and it can be stated that they have won the game unless any miracle takes place. Quicker, straight to the fielder. A quick single has been fetched by the Bangladesh A batters. Ongkon was really quick.
Don't do it. Don't give it to him. Crouch down, he'll crouch.
On this case. And Chauhan is also a very fast runner. He plays it beautifully, and that's the victory for Bangladesh A. They go on to beat New Zealand A in the first ODI of New Zealand A tour of Bangladesh. Handshakes everywhere, but it's been a collective team effort from the Bangladesh A boys. All the players did really well, and that was enough to beat New Zealand A, the visitors, by 7 wickets. Courtesy to Khalid Ahmed, Shoriful Islam for the great start, and the batters just did their job, what they were needed to do. Good finishing touch by the skipper, Nurul Hassan Chauhan as well. Just hit a boundary and finish things off in style. Good knock from Mahidul Ongkon too. 40 runs. And here's the star performer Khalid. This is what has transpired in the final delivery of the game. It was short and Chauhan just bangs it away for a boundary to complete the game. and finish it off in some fashion. A happy skipper should be smiling. And the visitors, they didn't have a very bright outing, defeat in the first game, but they are such a quality side, and certainly they will come up with some good performance in the upcoming matches. So Bangladesh A, they are the winner of this very game. A big congratulations to them. Certainly it's a stellar of a performance from the entire team. Experienced band of cricketers, and they have completely outplayed New Zealand A. So this is the batting summary. Naim Sheikh went back for 18. 𝗶𝗶𝗀𝗃 Simone played some lovely looking shots. 24 from 12. And 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗃 held the innings 38 from 45, and Mahidul Onkon is the highest run scorer of this innings for Bangladesh, 42 from 61, and a quick finishing touch from the skipper Chauhan as well, 20 from 26, as well as 7 extra make it 149, which helped Bangladesh to overhaul the total. Let's go down to Shahnoor Rabbani for the flash interview.
Well, Onkon, really well played. Bangladesh A winning comprehensively in the end. You stayed there till the end. What do you make of the conditions and this win?
Yeah, it's a good win for us. It's a really good start in a series. We take advantage in the morning, and they bowling really well. And I felt that it's a really good wicket, and we chased down easily.
Right, early on in the innings, you weren't really middling it, but you hung on till the end. What do you think is the key to batting in this sort of a surface?
Yeah, wicket is not that great, but still I feel that if I take much time, I can easily adjust it, and after that I adjusted really well and watched the ball easily.
Right, 2 more matches to go. Bangladesh A obviously 1-0 ahead. How important do you think these performances in this series are as far as national team selection is concerned?
We don't think about that. We are playing here for Bangladesh A team. It's a really pride moment for us, and we really started really well this series. Hopefully we take 2-0 in the next game.
Best of luck for the future.
So that's what Mahidul Onkon said, but this is what has transpired from the get-go. 𝗶𝗃𝗃 Simone played some delightful looking shots through the cover, straight down the ground, and this was picturesque. Almost a replay of the previous one. Lofts it over the top, but this was the trap which was set, and he fell onto that. That was the first wicket, and after his departure, Naim Sheikh started to take the charge, and 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗃 started off with a couple of sweet cover drives, and he carried the innings on with Mahidul Onkon after the fall of the second wicket where Naim departed, and then Bijoy also had to depart, and then the finishing touch was from Onkon and Chauhan both. Chauhan got off the mark with a big 6 over mid-wicket, and it was Onkon to hit 3 sixes in this game, and a lovely boundary through mid-wicket for Chauhan to finish things off. So it's a bright and sunny day here at Sylhet, and bright performance from Bangladesh A as well. The home team would certainly be over the moon after this great performance. And this is the bowling career of New Zealand A. Not much to talk about. Couple of wickets for Christian Clark was really good with the economy of 6. A buzz gave away 7 runs, but Lennox should be given, the credit should be given to Lennox. 3.84 runs from every over. Foxcroft took the breakthrough, however, that was not enough to beat Bangladesh. So this is the match summary. Not enough runs on the board for New Zealand A. They were bundled out for 147. 𝗃𝗂𝗃𝗃 was the pick of the batters, scored 74 from 60, 72, I beg your pardon, from 64. And Khalid Ahmed picked 3 wickets for 27. The Sylhet International Cricket Stadium, we are all set for the post-match presentation of the first ODI of New Zealand A Tour of Bangladesh. But let's have a look at the match summary first. Not enough runs on the board, 147 to be specific, but great batting display from 𝗃𝗂𝗃𝗃. 72 runs came from his pillow. So let's go down to Mazharuddin Ami for the post-match presentation.
It was rather a one-sided affair where Bangladesh A go on to win by 7 wickets over New Zealand in the first of the 3-match one-dayers. Hello and welcome to the post-match presentation of this match, and we have with us Mr. Nazmul Abedin, Director and Cricket Operations Chairman, BCB, and alongside Niamur Rashid Rahul, match referee and player of the match adjudicator. Thank you all for being with us. Right, first up, let me call upon New Zealand captain Nick Kelly to come up and have a few words, please. Nick, tough luck, not enough runs on the board?
Yeah, not enough runs on the board. You know, I think it was probably the first 10 overs that broke the back of it for us. You know, they bowled extremely well at the top. There was a bit of swing there for them, which is pretty disappointing, but, you know, we'll go back and reflect and hopefully be better in a couple of days.
What you make of the surface and also the condition, how are you adapting to it?
Yeah, it's hot. It's very hot. I think the seamers were, you know, they were pretty cooked by the end of their spells, but I think the pitch was pretty good. You know, the consistency of bounce was was a little bit inconsistent, but not too much. And there was a little bit of swing early on, but we're used to that in New Zealand conditions. So, like I said, we'll go back and reflect and have some good talks, and we'll come back in a couple of days.
Tough luck and all the best.
Cheers, thank you.
Nick Kelly, the New Zealand skipper. Now I'd like to call upon the Bangladeshi skipper Noor Hassan Chauhan to come up and have a few words, please. Chauhan, congratulations. First of all, your bowlers did the job for you guys.
I think the way Khaled and shorturl started, it's really good for us. And in the end, 𝗍𝗲𝗂𝗃 really bowled well. Also Tanvir.
What you make of the surface, and despite losing the toss, you end up winning the game. So it was a good toss to lose in the end.
In the time of toss, I told that there is a little bit of moisture, and first 5-6 over the bowler can really get a little bit of benefit from here. And I think they win for it.
Well played, and all the best for the next matches.
Thank you.
Noor Hassan Chauhan, the captain of Bangladesh. Now it's time to call upon the player of the match for his 3 for 27 from 7 overs, including 2 maiden. It's the Khaled Ahmed. It's the player of the match. He will collect the trophy from our guest, Mr. Nazmul Abidin Fahim. Bowled really well, picked up 3 wickets, and gave the momentum for Bangladesh to restrict New Zealand to a small total. Khaled Ahmed, if you please come up and have a few words. Khaled, what was going through your mind when you got the ball in your hand?
First of all, thank you. Alhamdulillah. Today I bowl today I go for only dot ball. Then wicket will Alhamdulillah coming.
How's the surface played?
I think this is a sporting wicket. Everyone have benefited here. Bowler, batsmen are benefited.
This player of the match means a lot to you, right?
Yeah, Alhamdulillah.
Well bowled, and all the best for the future as well. Khaled Ahmed, the player of the match, and that concludes the presentation ceremony. Back to the comm box.
So that's it. We're done with the presentation. The player of the match, Khaled Ahmed. So the match summary: Bangladesh won by 7 wickets and leading the series by 1-0. And the next match will take place day after tomorrow at the same time, the same ground. We're inviting everyone to watch. So till then, goodbye from Sylhet.